Chapter 592. Han Xiao had no choice but to put away his communicator and fall into deep thought. Why is Ames going to Bloodshed Land? Is she going there to cause trouble? Malekith had said that Ames and Bloodshed Land had a conflict in the past. The tyrant had poached one of her capable officers, and the two of them had fought an earth-shattering battle. In the end, Ames had lost and left. Han Xiao felt that Ames was most likely up to no good this time. Why did she have to drag me along? Does she want me to help her stop the officers under the tyrant? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He had become the strongest officer of Floating Dragon. In the past, Ames did not have anyone under her command. Now that she finally had someone who could fight, was she going to order him around? There were many strong people under the tyrant, and the 8 Grade A Vanguard officials were just the tip of the iceberg. There were more than just Vanguard officials in the upper echelons. If Ames only brought him to Bloodshed Land, she would be fine, but it was hard to say what would happen to him. I hope she's not going there to fight. Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Hela watched the entire conversation and asked, "What kind of place is Bloodshed Land?" "That's a gathering place for a bunch of musclemen." "It's very dangerous," Han Xiao said with annoyance. As Ames had asked him to move quickly, Han Xiao did not delay. He found Reynold and told him to stay in base number 1. He then found Sylvia and told her to take care of the trivial matters. This was mainly just a formality. The real manager of base number 1 was Philip. Han Xiao could remotely control the situation of the base, so he did not have much to tell her. Even though he was not in the base, the Black Star Corps could still operate normally. It only took half an hour to deal with the trivial matters. Han Xiao called Hela and Aurora, who had changed into clean clothes, and the three of them boarded the Blacklight Stealth that was parked in the hangar. Boom! The ceiling of the hangar opened, and the anti-gravity stabilizer at the bottom of the Blacklight Stealth was activated, emitting a faint blue light. The spaceship rose vertically into the air, and then the thrusters shot out purple flames. In the blink of an eye, the flying ship turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Floating Dragon Island. The Blacklight Stealth exited its hyperdrive state and slowly caught up to Floating Dragon, landing on the dock. Is this Floating Dragon? Walking down from the spaceship, Aurora looked around curiously and saw the thugs gathered at the dock. They all looked fierce and were obviously not good people. The thugs all turned to look at him. Seeing this, Hela quickly followed and stood beside Aurora. She looked around vigilantly at the thugs around her, like a mother leopard protecting its cub. There's no need to be so nervous. Although Floating Dragon Island allows galactic pirates, scavengers, and wanted criminals to stop here, fighting is not allowed here. I'm talking about under normal circumstances. Anyway, they're all very tame and won't bite. As Han Xiao spoke, he walked to the two of them and put his hand on Hela's shoulder. He looked around and said to the thugs around him, "Hey, what are you guys still looking at?" Hearing this, the thugs around him all looked away and continued doing their own things. Han Xiao's spaceship was too famous, and no one wanted to provoke Black Star on Floating Dragon Island. Hela glanced at Han Xiao, then looked at the hand on her shoulder and shifted her body uncomfortably. "My friend, you're back again." This time, Will Sanders' voice sounded not far away. He had received the news long ago and was waiting there to welcome Han Xiao. What Han Xiao did not expect was that Jenny had also come and was standing behind Will Sander. He greeted Will Sander, then looked at Jenny and smiled. "You're here too. Work has been quite busy recently, right? You seem to be quite tired." Jenny was expressionless. She took the weapon from the guard and fired at Han Xiao crazily without saying anything. Boom boom boom. Han Xiao allowed the small caliber laser to hit his body. It exploded into pieces of light, but it could not hurt him at all. At the side, Aurora was dumbfounded. Hela clenched her fists slightly as if she was hesitating if she should stop it. Will Sander had a helpless expression and kept shaking his head. Ka. When the gun barrel overheated and could not continue firing, Jenny threw the gun down and said indifferently, "Ames is waiting for you in the palace." Then, she turned around and left. She knew that she could not hurt Han Xiao, so she just wanted to vent her frustration. As the manager, Jenny was probably very busy during this period. Han Xiao was very understanding and did not mind letting Jenny have some fun. Anyway, this would not affect his future operations. He could expand as much as he wanted. Jenny's leisure days would never come back. Han Xiao patted his clothes and did not mind. He turned to look at Hella and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to see Ames." The two looked at each other and had nothing to say. They could only nod. After saying goodbye to Wilsander, they went all the way to the palace in the center of the floating island. Han Xiao led the three of them into the palace. A dragon bone throne floated in the middle of the palace. Ames sat on it and looked at the three of them. She sighed and said, "Blackstar, you are so slow. You took a few months to send them here." Han Xiao did not comment. Hella and Aurora nodded. Ames controlled the force field and lowered the height of the throne. She landed in front of the three of them and smiled. "Okay, you are my students from now on. You can call me teacher." "Teacher," the two of them replied. Ames was very comfortable with this title. Her smile became even gentler. She used to call Aesop that. Now that she had her own students, it felt very special. "Although our Esper abilities are different, I can teach you how to develop your Esper abilities. Using my experience, I can help you stimulate your potential," Ames said gently. Hella nodded solemnly. "Okay, when do we start?" She was a training maniac. With such a powerful teacher, she could not wait to start training. Unexpectedly, Ames shook her head. "Not now. I want you to accompany me to a place." Han Xiao raised an eyebrow and interrupted. "Bloodshed Land?" "Yes, the three of you have to accompany me. Bring Hella and Aurora." "It does not seem like they are going to fight." Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. This was good news. He did not want to provoke another beyond grade A super organization for no reason. However, to confirm Ames' intentions, Han Xiao asked, "That is Heber's territory. I heard that you have a grudge with him. Why are we going there?" Ames' smile disappeared, and she slowly said, "The tyrant is an ambitious guy. We are not on the same path. He even poached a talent that I relied on in the past, but this time, we are not going there to cause trouble. Every once in a while, the tyrant will hold a grand gathering and send out invitations to the big shots of the Shattered Star Ring. Basically, everyone will show up. The people who attend the gathering include the high officials of star cluster civilizations, representatives of some large organizations, and even the emissaries of the three universal civilizations. The beyond grade A supers of the Shattered Star Ring are naturally among the people he invited. I also received an invitation. Humph, although this guy is annoying, he is indeed an unfathomable character. Back then, I attacked their headquarters, but the next gathering, the tyrant still invited me. In short, the tyrant's gathering has been going on for many years, and it has become an unspoken tradition among the large organizations. This is an opportunity for many big shots to expand their network. The tyrant is able to control the situation and has the qualifications to be the host. During the gathering, many big shots will interact and discuss different topics. Every time there is a gathering, a lot of information will leak out. The topics that these big shots discuss during the gathering will mostly affect the future development of the Shattered Star Ring. So that's the case. Han Xiao understood. Simply put, the tyrant was holding a gathering in the Shattered Star Ring for everyone to go and make friends. The difference was that most of the people who attended were of high status. Together, they could even influence the development of the Shattered Star Ring. Holding such a gathering and turning it into a tradition among the upper echelons. Indeed, the tyrant was an ambitious person. "So, you're going to attend the tyrant's gathering too?" Han Xiao was a little surprised. Floating Dragon had always been neutral, and with Ames' personality, she did not seem to care about this kind of thing. "Of course I'm going," Ames said with a heavy tone. "I don't want to appear too stingy." "What the hell? What does this have to do with being stingy?" Han Xiao's face was filled with question marks. He thought about Ames' logic and finally understood what Ames meant. "I have a grudge against him, and he actually dares to invite me to the gathering and use this method to show his generosity. Damn, he dares to invite me. Does he think that I won't dare to go?" If I don't go, won't I appear to be stingy? I'm going. I have to go. I'm so awesome, so why would I be afraid of him? He felt that his guess was not far from the truth. This was the right way for Ames to open the gathering. Then, why did she bring me along? F***ck, it's because the tyrant has so many strong people under him, so Ames did not want to be outdone and purposely pulled me along. At least I'm not going to cause trouble. Han Xiaoshan was confused and could only comfort himself like this. He helplessly asked, when is the gathering starting? There's still some time. We'll set off tomorrow and head to the Bloodshed Land headquarters. The Bloodshed Land was located in the Sol cluster. If the Shattered Star Ring was a flat map, the center would be the dangerous and unstable wormholes. The space was extremely unstable, and wormholes would disappear and reappear one after another, randomly connecting to various corners of the universe. On the two sides of the flat map, one side was the edge of the explored universe, and the other side was the unknown universe that had yet to be fully explored. The other side was the passageway to other star fields, which required one to pass through a large stretch of desolate universe. Rizda had crossed star fields for a very long time before arriving at the Shattered Star Ring from another star field. Surrounding the wormholes were the more than 10 star clusters of the Shattered Star Ring, all of which were split up by the 7 star cluster civilizations. The closest to the wormholes was the Toralam star cluster, where the scavengers were rampant. Han Xiao had stepped into it once when he was doing the Morning Star mission. The Colton star cluster and the Sol cluster were separated by a desolate universe belt, which could barely be considered a border. On the other side of the Sol star cluster was the largest star cluster, the Seddon star cluster. Sol was the sandwiched biscuit between Seddon and Colton. The surface area of Sol was long and narrow, and its area was the second largest in the Shattered Star Ring. In terms of politics, the star cluster civilization that controlled Sol was called the Klent Kingdom, and the star cluster civilization that ruled Colton was called the Amethyst Civilization. These two civilizations were neighbors and had built many large stargates in each other's territory. Ghodora's stargate was built by the Amethyst Civilization. The tyrant's Bloodshed Land was an important guest of the Klent Kingdom. With a star cluster civilization behind them, the tyrant's gathering had both the influence of a beyond grade A and the status of a star cluster civilization. That was why so many people gave them face. So, we're going to the Sol cluster, right? Han Xiao sighed. Take my spaceship. Chapter 593. Ames was stacked with dozens of buffs, and her anger gradually subsided. She then snorted coldly and retracted her Esper ability. Heber did not mind. This was not the first time he had a conflict with Ames. He then turned around and nodded at Zoel. Then, I'll take my leave first. I look forward to your decision. Zoel understood and passed the contact information to Ames. He then smiled and was about to leave the room. Looking at the back of the emissary, Han Xiao suddenly hesitated. Should I stab a hole in Zoel? It feels like it will be very rewarding. He did not forget that today was only a private meeting before the official start of the party. When the party started tomorrow, Heber would introduce Zoel to all the guests, and that would be when the undercurrents would start flowing. The Crimson Dynasty would not personally make a move to snatch territory. As soon as they made a move, the Federation of Light would make a move as well, and the conflict would escalate. Because it was not the stage where players would fight outside of the chessboard, the Crimson Dynasty was trying to rope in the organizations of the Shattered Star Ring to increase the number of chess pieces in their hands. Throwing an observer's mark would allow them to see what the Crimson Dynasty was doing behind the scenes and how many organizations had joined the Crimson Dynasty. This was valuable information. However, while the observer's mark was almost untraceable, and even Ames could not detect it, there were 2 other beyond graders present. Furthermore, the Crimson Dynasty might have some special methods. Let's give it a try. It won't be too serious if we're discovered. After all, they're trying to win us over, not enemies. Han Xiao thought for a while, and a grey light flashed in his eyes. He threw an observer's mark on Zoel. Ames and Heber did not sense it at all. Zoel did not react either and left the room. The door covered his back. This time, Han Xiao suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned around and saw Austin staring at him. He sensed it. Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Everyone had different abilities, and Ames and Heber could not sense it. However, Austin was a mage and was extremely sensitive to all kinds of energy. Although the fluctuation of void energy was very faint, it did not escape his senses. However, Austin did not say anything to remind him. He only gave Han Xiao a friendly smile and looked away. Han Xiao did not know what he meant, but it was beneficial for him not to say it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Ames was annoyed just looking at Heber. She did not want to stay there. Wait. At this moment, Heber spoke. What else is there? Ames frowned. I heard that you've been expanding your organization recently. We can work together. Heber's tone softened. Work together? Ames smiled faintly. Do you think our relationship is very good? I can forget about the farce you caused on planet Heber in the past, Heber said. Then you can continue to pursue it. Ames could not be bothered to argue. She left the throne and left. Han Xiao brought Hyla and Heber out of the room. Austin laughed. Haha, Heber, she's getting more and more annoyed with you. It doesn't matter. Heber did not mind. I thought you were going to propose a marriage alliance again. Forget it, she probably won't agree this time. Heber shook his head. To be honest, both of you have a tough personality. If you want to get her, you have to restrain yourself. Austin's tone was playful. His personality was more easygoing, and he had a good relationship with the two of them. He knew about Heber's history of pursuing Ames. I won't change because of any woman. Heber waved his hands. He did not have too much of an obsession with Ames. In the entire Shattered Star Ring, Heber felt that only Ames, who was also a Beyond Grade A, was worthy of him. Only she was qualified to be his spouse. If he could get Ames, his organization would have 2 Beyond Grade A supers, which would be a huge improvement. Heber did not want to lie, and he could not be bothered to waste time. His style had always been straightforward, and he did not hide that his real goal of pursuing Ames was just to form a strong alliance. Austin still remembered Heber back then. The scene of Ames' rage when Heber first proposed made him want to laugh every time he thought about it. When they arrived at the entrance of the palace, Carol happened to be about to enter, and they bumped into each other. You guys again. Carol did not have any intention of provoking them this time. He did not stare at Ames like last time and looked very calm, as though they were just passers-by. Ames glanced at him coldly. Although she was unhappy, she could not do anything in the tyrant's territory, so she did not want to talk to Carol anymore. Just as they were about to pass each other, Han Xiao suddenly reached out and pressed on Carol's shoulder, grabbing him tightly like an iron clamp. Carol turned around with a confused expression and said, "What are you doing? I remember you said before that I'm just your substitute." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said maliciously, "Since you claim to be my senior, teach me a little." Carol's expression changed. He thought that the previous provocation was over, but he did not expect Han Xiao to suddenly make things difficult after a few days. Ames stopped in her tracks with a look of surprise on her face. "What do you mean? You want to fight here? This is Planet Heber." Carol's tone was threatening. "Don't worry, I just want to spar with you and see how strong a traitor like you is." Han Xiao chuckled. The tyrant's subordinate wouldn't be afraid to accept the challenge, right? I understand. This must be Ames's intention. Carol felt that he had guessed it. Ames must have suffered a setback and wanted to regain her face, so she asked Blackstar to challenge him. If it was just a spar between officers, Heber would not have said anything. Hehe, is she that confident in this new officer? Carol's expression turned cold. All right, I accept your challenge. I hope you don't lose too quickly. Bloodshed Land was his home field, and he could use countless machines. Even though Blackstar's name had been very famous recently, Carol was not afraid at all. Carol had heard about Ames' new officer. He also wanted to know Han Xiao's full strength and see what kind of trash Ames had found to replace him. Furthermore, his identity was sensitive, and he was representing the tyrant. Since Ames asked Blackstar to challenge him, he could not back down. Although Heber could protect him, with the tyrant's personality, if he backed down, he would end up very unlucky. Bloodshed Land despised cowards the most. If one was not a battle maniac, they would not be able to reach the upper echelons of the tyrant. Han Xiao's lips curled up, and he suddenly said, "We're both mechanics. It's boring to just spar. Let's bet something." "Bet on what?" "Let's bet. How about 5 sets of machinery blueprints? The loser must obey the winner and take out the blueprints requested by the winner." Han Xiao smiled slyly. "Betting with blueprints?" Carol frowned. Blueprints were the lifeblood of a mechanic, and it was very common for mechanics to bet blueprints. "Okay." Carol nodded. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. There were a few reasons why he suddenly challenged Carol. Ames could not make a move, but he could. It was a good time to be high profile and show his strength. This was good for raising his position in this circle, and it could also help Ames vent her anger. If the tyrant interfered in a spar between officers, it would be embarrassing. Secondly, he had been spying on Carol for the past few days and roughly confirmed the other party's strength. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Furthermore, he realized that Carol had quite a few decent machinery equipment. Han Xiao proposed a bet because he wanted to win a few blueprints. He would not fight a battle without any benefits. The third reason was the most important. A new faction mission popped up on his interface. Ames' wrath, mission introduction, the traitor's provocation and the tyrant's harassment have made Ames unhappy. As a member of Floating Dragon, you know what you need to do. Mission requirements: publicly defeat Carol. Reward: 1,500 experience, plus 2,500 relationship with Floating Dragon faction, plus 30 favorability with Ames, plus 2 favorability with Heber, plus 15 renown. Punishment for failure: minus 20 favorability with Ames, minus 5 favorability with Heber. Chapter 594. In the middle of the Sol cluster, the stars shone brightly, and a stream of light streaked across the universe, traversing through the darkness. It was the Blacklight stealth. Only Han Xiao, Ames, and Hela were on board. After many days of travel, they finally arrived at Sol from Colton. During this period, they had passed through many star systems through many teleportation stargates. At the stargate that Colton used to jump to Sol, they were even interrogated by the Stargate station. The Klent Kingdom had strict management of the Sol cluster, and there were checkpoints set up at the stargates that crossed star clusters. The entry stargate crossed the desolate universe belt between 2 star clusters, saving a lot of time. Interstellar travelers with clean backgrounds would use the stargate. Those who walked through the desolate universe belt were mostly wanted criminals and some unspeakable forces. It was like illegal immigration. The Bloodshed Land's headquarters was located in a star system controlled by the Klent Kingdom, which was also the core star system in the middle of the Sol cluster. In the hall, Han Xiao looked at the location of the Bloodshed Land's headquarters on the star map and curled his lips. Planet Heber, TSK, to actually name their headquarters after themselves, seriously. Han Xiao was just about to comment when he suddenly remembered that he had done the same thing. He immediately changed his words. Great minds think alike. Are we almost there? Aurora looked at the star map curiously and realized that she could not understand it. The hyperdrive will end in about 10 minutes and 27 seconds. Han Xiao looked at the interface that Rizda had given him. The spaceship was now in autopilot mode, and the 4 of them were in the hall of the spaceship. Teacher, is planet Heber similar to Floating Dragon Island? Aurora turned around and asked. Ames was lying on the sofa with a noble and lazy temperament. She smiled and said, "It's not the same. Planet Heber is much more expensive. It's an artificially modified planet built by the Klent Kingdom with the technology of a star cluster civilization. It's more like a moving fortress, the second most powerful weapon in Heber's hands. The ability of a star cluster civilization far exceeded that of a star system civilization. The most obvious difference was their mobility. A star cluster civilization could build a teleportation stargate, and the distance they could move in the universe was countless times that of a star system civilization. At the same time, the star cluster civilizations also had the technology to build planet-level battleships. The most common model was the planet-level mining mothership, which directly ate a planet and split it into various resources. Planet Heber was a planetary-class bastion built by the Klent Federation. Second strongest. What's the tyrant's strongest weapon? Hela asked with a serious expression. She was more interested in the abilities of the strongest people in the Shattered Star Ring. His strongest weapon is, of course, his own body. Ames shook her head. He can use his physical body to directly penetrate a planet. How is this possible? Aurora exclaimed. Han Xiao asked Philip to search for Heber's achievements. There was more than one record of him penetrating a planet. It was almost a routine for Heber. Heber's body is extremely strong. Soil and rocks can't stop him, and the dense rock layers deep underground are like paper in front of him. Magma is his bathwater, and the temperature of a planet's core is not high enough to burn him. Maybe a star can hurt him, but a planet can't. Therefore, colliding with a planet is not much of a challenge for him. Ames sighed. Heber was almost her nemesis. Even the strongest force field could not tear Heber apart. Heber could move freely even under the pressure. Even if she used floating Dragon Island to collide with him, it would be shattered by Heber's Iron Head technique. The natural enemy of force field Esper abilities was this kind of indestructible enemy. After all, although force field Esper abilities were all-round, they were more focused on control. Relatively speaking, killing power was not the strong point. Although Ames did things as she pleased, she was not without self-awareness. She was clear about her own weaknesses. Hela frowned and fell silent. Heber's strength had temporarily exceeded her understanding, and she did not know what to say. Heber penetrates a planet through a single point, just like how a sniper bullet penetrates several layers of wood. Han Xiao shook his head. A beyond grade A pugilist was truly terrifying. After chatting for a while, the blacklight stealth finally exited its hyperdrive state. The tunnel of light outside the porthole disappeared, and they returned to the universe. Just below the spaceship, a small iron-gray planet came into view. Its color was eerie and heavy. Planet Heber. Han Xiao received a communication request from Planet Heber. If he did not verify his identity and rashly stayed near Planet Heber, he would be treated as an enemy. Ames had the invitation letter, and after verifying her identity, Planet Heber sent the coordinates to stop at. Han Xiao then got Rizda to control the spaceship and fly toward the designated landing location. Because Planet Heber was a moving fortress, just like floating Dragon Island, it was in a moving state all year round. Thus, there was no natural sunlight, and the sky was covered with thick, man-made black clouds to weaken the cosmic radiation. The spaceship slowly descended, and after passing through the black clouds, they could see the surface of Planet Heber in detail. Planet Heber was mainly cold and dark, and there was almost nothing fancy about it. There were towering castle-like buildings, and the bases were like continuous mountain ranges. These buildings glowed with faint blue light, giving them a futuristic, mysterious, and technologically advanced feeling. Among the bases, there were some large hollow ring devices that were sparsely distributed. They were 1 to 2,000 meters tall, and the hollow rings were shining with a purple light. They were moving like ripples, as though they were doing something. In the sky above the bases, battleships were patrolling in groups. This was a planet-level armed fortress. Hela and Aurora could not help but gasp in amazement. The blacklight stealth landed at the dock between the bases, and they walked out of the spaceship. They saw a group of people already waiting there. They were all bloodshed land soldiers, and the leader was Vanguard official Malekith. Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, thank you for accepting the invitation. Welcome to Bloodshed Land. Malekith gave a bow. He was the one who had personally sent Ames the invitation letter. Ames did not comment. She looked at the surroundings, smiled, and said, I haven't been here for a long time, and this place is still as boring as ever. Heber is really tasteless. Battleships and fortresses are the best decorations, Malekith replied. Malekith then saw Han Xiao beside Ames. His eyes flashed, and he calmly said, Black Star, as I said, we will meet again very soon. Han Xiao raised his brows, acted dumb, and said, Who are you? I have never seen you before. Everyone looked over and stared at him. All right, I was just joking. Han Xiao grinned. The people of Bloodshed Land were really interesting, trying to sow discord the moment they met. Malekith purposely used such an ambiguous way to imply that he had met Blackstar in private. Han Xiao did not tell Ames that he had come into contact with Malekith, and Ames had been poached before, so she should be very sensitive to this. If she knew that her capable officer had met with Bloodshed Land in private again, she would probably not be nice to Han Xiao. Malekith looked like a barbarian with a bad brain, but it turned out that he had a dirty heart. All right, I will remember this grudge. Chapter 595. Upon hearing that, a sharp green light flashed across Ames' eyes. She stared at Malekith and said word by word, "What do you want to do to my people again?" Malekith did not deny it. "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, don't be too sensitive. I only met Blackstar once." Ames narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao was very calm. He took the initiative to find me and wanted me to leave Floating Dragon Island and join Bloodshed Land. TSK, the conditions he offered were not bad. And then? What did you think? Ames smiled faintly. If I had agreed, he would not have taken the initiative to bring this up. Han Xiao shrugged. Ames' lips curled up slightly. She then turned to Malekith and said, "Did you hear that? Put away your little tricks and lead the way." Seeing that his provocation was useless, Malekith did not say anything else. He welcomed everyone in and led the way. There were still a few days before the gathering, but many people had already arrived. Bloodshed Land had prepared many guest rooms for the guests to rest in. The group headed to the guest rooms and passed through the bases. There were patrolling soldiers and vehicles everywhere. Han Xiao had the time to observe the various facilities of Bloodshed Land along the way. It was not much different from what he remembered. In his previous life, players had also been recruited by Bloodshed Land, so he remembered the map structure of planet Heba. If I remember correctly, the surface of planet Heba is only a small part. There are even larger bases underground, Han Xiao thought to himself. At this time, not far behind them, a stranger's voice suddenly sounded. "Long time no see, Ames." Han Xiao's first instinct was that this person's tone was very annoying. Everyone turned around and saw a man surrounded by a group of soldiers appear behind them. The one who spoke was this man. He was wearing an exquisite robe and had a feminine appearance. He had a mocking expression on his face as he stared at Ames. When Ames saw this person, her expression changed slightly, and she slowly said, "Carol." Carol's gaze swept across her beautiful face, snow-white neck, flat stomach, and long legs. He sized her up boldly and chuckled. "I left Floating Dragon Island for so long, but you're still as beautiful as before." Ames' expression was cold and indifferent. Han Xiaoshin's heart skipped a beat. Ames' reaction was a little unusual. She seemed to have an unusual relationship with this guy called Carol. He turned to look at Malekith and realized that this broken horn demon had a look of amusement. So, Carol was Ames' former subordinate. Han Xiao immediately understood. If Carol had resigned normally, Ames would not have done anything. However, Carol had publicly defected and joined Bloodshed Land in a high profile. He had even given away some of Floating Dragon's technological secrets and map structures. Now, he was even in a high position. To Ames, this was undoubtedly a betrayal. She was hostile to Bloodshed Land and even more hostile to Carol. Back then, when she had killed her way to planet Heba, she most likely had another goal to get rid of Carol, but she had been stopped by the tyrant. The truth was just as he had guessed. Ames and her former subordinate, Carol, had already become enemies. "You came to find me. Do you want to die?" Ames said coldly. Carol had no fear because he had a backer. He sneered and said, "This is Bloodshed Land's headquarters. Why, do you want to kill the tyrant's logistics manager here? By the way, I heard that you found an insect to replace my position. Heh, your taste is really heavy." Ames was expressionless, but her aura gradually increased. Hela and Aurora felt that the atmosphere was not right and immediately became alert. However, Carol did not show any weakness. Clearly, he had purposely come here to provoke them. He turned to look at Han Xiao and casually said, Black Star? You're AIM's new officer, right? I can be considered your senior. How about it? Do you want me to give you some pointers? Pointers? Han Xiao raised his brows. He had not said anything and had not expected Carol to take the initiative to look for him. That's right, I know her very well. I feel that you need my pointers. Carol shrugged and pretended to be serious. After all, you like to be her pet. Shouldn't you know what your owner likes? Wow, this is the first time I've met someone who deserves a beating more than me. Han Xiao could not help but laugh. Brother, do you suddenly feel like punching yourself when you look in the mirror? Carol thought that Han Xiao would be angry because of his mockery. He did not expect such a reaction. He could not help but choke. After a pause, he continued to speak with sarcasm. Don't be angry. I'm just telling the truth. You're the same as me in the past. You're just her pet. The difference is that you're just my replacement. Without you, there will be some other white star or red star to replace you. Han Xiao touched his chin. Before he could retort, AIM spoke first and coldly said, Black Star is different from you. He's more trustworthy than you. Oh, then you have to be careful. Carol stared at Han Xiao with a mocking expression. The more she trusts you, the more determined her killing intent will be when you want to abandon her. Heh, I'm afraid that your position is even lower than a pet. You're just a slave chained to her side. This person really knows how to talk. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. A few words would not anger him so easily. As he spoke, Carol looked at Ames again. This time, his eyes were even more fiery. Do you know, in the past, I almost did not have the courage to raise my head in front of you, but now, I'm not interested in knowing your thoughts. Ames directly interrupted Carol. Her eyes were as cold as ice. She raised her hand and slowly said, Since you took the initiative to provoke me, it seems like you're mentally prepared to bear the consequences. Boom. As soon as she said that, a violent force field rolled out. The ground cracked inch by inch under the heavy pressure, and the force field crashed toward Carol. At this time, 3 roars sounded in the surroundings. 3 figures moved quickly, leaving after images as they moved. They blocked in front of Carol at the same time, their bodies bursting with intense pugilist flames. The 3 of them blocked the force field with their 6 hands. One of them was Malekith. These 3 were all Grade A Bloodshed Land Vanguard officials. After a moment of stalemate, a shockwave suddenly exploded. The surrounding Bloodshed Land soldiers all turned into rolling gourds and were sent flying. The 3 Vanguard officials were also sent flying. They exploded in midair and stopped their momentum. They landed on the ground and stared at Ames cautiously. The 3 of them had to take action at the same time to block Ames' force field. You're indeed prepared. Ames' eyes darkened, and the air started to vibrate. That attack just now could only be considered an ordinary A from Ames. Now, she was going to be serious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An even more powerful force field was brewing, and cracks gradually appeared on the ground and buildings in the surroundings. Seeing this, Han Xiao had no choice but to take a few steps forward and stand in front of Ames. With a flash of mechanical force, the Watcher instrument floated behind him in the shape of a ring, like a halo behind his head. The muzzle of the hovering shield shuttle lit up and aimed at the enemies. Han Xiao grinned. Then, do you want to fight me one-on-one or as a group? I'm fine with either. Malekith and the other 2 Vanguard officials all had an eager look in their eyes. Although that was what he said, Han Xiao knew that they would not be able to fight. This was Bloodshed Land's show of strength, and the tyrant would definitely interfere. After all, they were guests, and Heba would not allow Ames to do whatever she wanted and ruin his party. However, although they would not be able to fight, he still had to show his stance. He could not just stand aside and let Ames face the enemy alone. At this critical moment, an unprecedentedly powerful aura suddenly burst out from afar, rushing straight into the clouds as if it had swept across the entire Bloodshed Land. Even the stars in the sky seemed to have lost their color and dimmed a little. Rumble, from an unknown distance, a person's voice came from afar. It was loud and deep like rolling thunder. Ames, do you think I don't exist to make a move in my territory? As soon as he heard this voice, Han Xiao immediately felt the domineering tone in it. He subconsciously thought of the tiger roar that he had personally felt when he went to the zoo in his previous life. Chapter 596. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. That was the center of the bloodshed land, where Heber's palace was located. Aim's eyes flickered a few times. She glanced at Hela and her sister, sighed slightly, and lowered her hands, which were covered by her sleeves. She was not going to attack again, and the force field that she had been accumulating quickly dissipated. The tense atmosphere instantly calmed down. She no longer looked at Carol and turned to look at Malekith, who had also blocked her attack, and said coldly, "Don't just stand there. Lead the way." When she had decided to accept the tyrant's invitation, Ames had already expected to encounter something like this. Her previous attack had already shown her attitude. Since the tyrant was involved, she did not want to have a bigger conflict in someone else's territory. After all, she was not there to cause trouble this time. Malekith nodded and led the way. Everyone followed him. Han Xiao turned around and glanced at Carol one last time. Looking at Ames and the others leave, Carol did not say anything to stop them. He stopped smiling and shook his head at the two Vanguard officials. "I thought that she would continue to attack despite the warning. Although I didn't go too far, with my understanding of Ames, this is enough to anger her." One of the Vanguard officials sighed and said, "The Dragon Emperor has also changed. The rumors are right. She has the ambition to expand." The Black Star Corps also represented the expansion of Floating Dragon. This situation had long attracted the attention of many organizations, and the Bloodshed Land was also paying attention to Floating Dragon's development. Carol's mission was to test Ames' attitude. His words were mostly directed at Blackstar and did not directly insult Ames. He would be able to obtain a lot of information from Ames' reaction. If she had a bigger plan, she would not have started a bigger conflict. At the same time, in Heber's palace, only Heber and the Klent emissary were in the room. The surveillance image of Ames and the others was displayed on the virtual screen. The Klent kingdom placed great importance on the tyrant's gathering and saw it as a diplomatic event. The emissary was a high-ranking official, and he had personally attended to show the good relationship between Klent and the tyrant. The Klentons had slender bodies. Standing beside Heber, who was 7 to 8 meters tall, they looked very thin and short. "Your Excellency Tyrant, you're still as tough as ever. You didn't even need to show yourself. Just a few words were enough to make the Dragon Emperor retreat. I thought that I would be able to see Your Excellency Tyrant make a move." The Klent official spoke with a respectful tone and a smile on his face. "Yes." Heber shook the specially made giant wine cup and did not comment. The Klent official shook his head and said with a smile, "What a pity. If only she did it. This gathering is very important. If she causes trouble at this time, she will offend many big shots. Since she wants to expand, she won't do anything," Heber said calmly. "Aren't you afraid that she'll take revenge on you after the gathering?" The Klent official chuckled. "She's someone who would do something like that. Isn't that what you want to see the most?" Heber's tone was calm. "Haha, you're right. This will give you an excuse to attack Floating Dragon Island." The Klent official laughed. He was the one who wanted to see Ames make a move the most. Even the Amethyst civilization won't stop you from invading Colton with this reason. Heber glanced at him and could not be bothered to reply. Although they were allies, his goal was different from the Klentons. Ames, TSK, with the halo of a beyond grade A, if I can get a woman with such a status, all other women will pale in comparison. The Klent high official admired Ames' body on the virtual screen and said to himself with a wanton look in his eyes. He had a high status and had countless partners. His aesthetic focus was no longer on appearance. Only the bonus of status and identity could make a woman more attractive in his eyes. As the only female among the 4 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring, Ames was clearly the most difficult woman to tame in the Shattered Star Ring. A star system civilization would not dare provoke a beyond grade A, but to a star cluster civilization, while a beyond grade A was powerful, they were not as fearful as a star system civilization. Only a beyond grade A like the Tyrant would be valued more by a star cluster civilization. Therefore, the Klent official did not care about expressing his desire for Ames. After all, it was just a thought. I hate women who are too headstrong, Heber said slowly. Her personality still needs to be polished. The Klent official shook his head. He could only think about Ames. Only Heber had the ability to put it into action. On the other side, Han Xiao and the others were on their way to the guest room. After the small incident earlier, the atmosphere in the team was rather quiet. Blackstar, don't think too much. Carol did it on purpose, Ames said suddenly. I know. Han Xiao shrugged. This should be Heber's idea. I don't know what he's planning, but Aesop has a feeling that this gathering is not ordinary. He told me not to be rash, Ames explained. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Ames had already asked Aesop to predict this gathering. Could it be that Aesop's suggestion was the reason why she insisted on coming? Carol was one of the earliest members of Floating Dragon, but he betrayed me and joined the tyrant. He now has a high position in Bloodshed Land. Han Xiao stroked his chin. The tyrant actually dared to let a traitor take up an important position. His very daring. When Malekith was trying to poach him, he had also offered him the position of vanguard officer. Malekith had also offered him the position of vanguard officer. Because he's the tyrant, he's not afraid of anyone betraying him. What do you mean? If Carol betrayed me, the tyrant could protect him. If he betrayed the tyrant, no one in the Shattered Star Ring would be able to protect him. Ames sighed. Furthermore, I have to admit that the tyrant's personal charisma far exceeds mine. You're very afraid of him? Han Xiao raised his brows. I thought you were not afraid of anything. Of course I'm not afraid of him, but even if I hate him, it doesn't change the fact that he's very strong. Ames shook her head, paused, and said, therefore, in the tyrant's territory, try to keep a low profile. Don't be angry because of Carol's words. He did it on purpose. Ames valued Han Xiao and took the initiative to explain because she was afraid that Han Xiaoxin would hold a grudge against her. Han Xiaoxin felt warmth in his heart. He did not take Carol's words to heart, but he did not expect Ames to consider his feelings. According to his understanding of Ames, Ames did not seem like someone who would consider other people's feelings. I feel that you've changed. Han Xiao almost blurted out the word dog. How have I changed? Ames smiled faintly. You've become more patient than before. Ames smiled and did not reply. She turned her head and looked at Hela and her sister. Aesop said that only children are willful. He told me to change, or else I'll suffer one day. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Aesop, that old thing, how can he be so shameless? What right does he have to say that? I think so too. Ames's beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons as she covered her mouth and laughed. The building that provided the guest rooms was located next to Heber's palace. It was a huge castle, and the entire castle was made up of guest rooms. Some participants of the gathering had already checked in, so the treatment was naturally very high. They would not neglect the guests. There were still a few days before the gathering officially began. Many forces would arrive early because the days before the gathering was an opportunity to expand their network and make friends. It was very rare for the representatives of various forces to gather together. With Malekith leading the way, Han Xiao and the others walked into the castle. At this time, there were guests in groups of 2s and 3s in the hall. They came from different races and came from different organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Hearing that someone had walked in, the guests in the hall all looked over. After recognizing Ames, their expressions were a little strange. They seemed to want to greet her but did not move. They had also heard the tyrant's roar earlier. Ames and Heber had a conflict, and after weighing the pros and cons, they felt that it was more important to please the tyrant. Thus, they did not approach to chat. Ames did not mind. The group left the hall and went upstairs. Bloodshed Land had arranged the rooms. Ames had one, Han Xiao had another, and Hela and Aurora had another. After returning to the room and closing the door, only Han Xiao was left in the room. He activated a compressed orb and turned it into a detector. He checked the room and did not find any monitoring devices. Han Xiao nodded, took out a mechanical device, and placed it on the ground. Hum hum. A light flashed and released an illusion that covered the room. Even with magic monitoring devices, they could only see the illusion projection and not what he was doing. Although there were many important people living in this castle and there should be monitoring devices, Han Xiao was used to being cautious. Carol, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He turned into his chaos body and activated void vision. His vision suddenly crossed the distance and saw Carol's every move. When Ames decided to stop, Han Xiao took the opportunity to throw an observer's mark at Carol and replace the position of a galactic pirate. The observer's mark was used to monitor Carol's movements just in case. If there was a need in the future, it might come in handy. Furthermore, Carol was the logistics manager of Bloodshed Land and probably had to come into contact with important equipment often. Han Xiao felt that he should have a lot of money on him. It seems like I can use the observer's mark to obtain information in this gathering. Han Xiaoxin thought to himself. In his previous life, no players had discovered the Tyrant's gathering. Without reaching this level, they would not have been able to come into contact with the circle of important people. This was also the first time he had heard of this event. Although there were some unpleasantness, overall, this gathering was still very safe. At most, there would only be a few scares. Ames' idea was to focus on participation, but this was indeed a good opportunity to obtain information. Han Xiao decided to make use of it. The participants were all important people. Perhaps some of the information they revealed was ambiguous to others, but with his memory of the storyline, he could connect many things with just a little inspiration. Chapter 597. For the next few days, Han Xiao and the others waited in the castle. Everything was peaceful, and the Bloodshed Land did not have any conflicts. The Tyrant's 8 boys, the 8 Vanguard officials did not appear again. Other than not being able to enter the secret areas, the guests could move freely in the Bloodshed Land and let the soldiers lead the way. Han Xiao would occasionally go out and visit the Bloodshed Land. The ordinary soldiers in the headquarters of Planet Heba were all low-grade supers, and there were no ordinary people. The Tyrant's subordinates were mainly pugilists, and muscular bullies could be seen everywhere. The soldiers wore special grey heavy armor, which looked simple and plain. The armor had the effect of strengthening one's physique and pugilist energy. Han Xiao noticed that other than the ordinary soldiers, the Bloodshed Land also had some elite soldiers. They were stronger individually and wore special armor with many additional accessories, such as special long tails, wings, and claws. These accessories were all multipurpose accessories. According to the soldier who led the way, these soldiers were called the 10,000 Beast Soldiers, one of the elite troops of the Bloodshed Land. Han Xiao paid more attention to the weapons and vehicles of the Bloodshed Land. They were all unique. Clearly, the Tyrant had a mechanic team that specialized in researching special equipment. The Bloodshed Land was happy to show off its strength to the guests, but what it showed was only the tip of the iceberg. There was definitely something even more powerful under the surface. Han Xiao could not help but feel pressured. He was also developing his own organization. Although he was rising very quickly, there was still a huge gap between him and a large organization with many years of accumulation and resources. The development of the Black Star Corps still had a long way to go. Over the past few days, new guests had arrived and stayed in the castle. Although Ames had come to participate in the gathering, she obviously did not care about such things. She stayed in the room to teach Hela and Aurora, and Han Xiao represented her in the outside world. When he was not visiting the Bloodshed Land, Han Xiao was chatting with these guests. The guests all represented famous organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. This was a good opportunity to expand his network and get to know other people. Among them were the leaders of super financial groups, the representatives of star cluster civilizations, and the leaders of various organizations, such as intelligence organizations, firearms organizations, and so on. Han Xiao even met the person in charge of the Mercenary Alliance in the Shattered Star Ring. The other party's attitude was very friendly, and they chatted happily. The identity, status, and influence of the guests who were invited to the party belonged to the highest circle in the Shattered Star Ring. Most of the organizations had heard of Black Star. While they did not pay much attention to him, he represented Floating Dragon after all, and the Black Star Corps had been in the limelight recently. Han Xiao's current fame and reputation had reached a certain level. Most of the guests still recognized Han Xiao as a member of their circle. All along, Han Xiao had only been in different star systems. That was only the tip of the iceberg in the shattered star ring, and his influence was limited. Now, he had finally reached a higher level and come into contact with the bigger and core of the shattered star ring. The guests were also divided into a few levels. The lowest level were the super financial groups, and the middle level were the large organizations. Floating Dragon was in between the low and middle levels. The highest level was a huge organization like the Bloodshed Land, as well as the representatives from the 7-star cluster civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring. As for the recognition of Han Xiao, it decreased from low to high. Most of the representatives of the star cluster civilizations had a more official attitude and were not interested in Han Xiao. Only 2 civilizations were a little more enthusiastic. The Amethyst Civilization and the Klent Kingdom. Colton was the territory of Amethyst Civilization, and the Dragon Emperor often wandered around the Colton star cluster. In the eyes of the representatives of the Amethyst Civilization, Han Xiao could be considered half an ally. The Amethyst Civilization's style was more gentle and friendly. The high officials of the Klent Kingdom were even more enthusiastic and took the initiative to talk to Han Xiao. Han Xiao naturally did not reject them. However, he was also a little puzzled. He had never come into contact with the Klents before, so why were they so enthusiastic like animals in heat? In a few days, the contact details of hundreds of people appeared in Han Xiao's communicator. They were all elites in their respective industries. This was a huge harvest of connections, and this trip was not wasted. When he returned to Floating Dragon, he would share the contact details of these big shots with Jenny. She would definitely be very touched. Soon, it was the day before the gathering. On this day, the tyrant actually sent someone to inform Han Xiao and the others, inviting them to a private meeting at the Heber Palace next door. Heber wants to meet privately? What's his motive? Han Xiao was curious. I'm not sure. Ames shook her head. We'll know when we get there. She also wanted to know Heber's attitude, so she accepted the invitation. The group walked into the Heber Palace and came to a huge conference room. 3 thrones floated 3 meters above the ground, forming a tripod. On one of the thrones sat a 7-meter-tall giant with a strong aura. As soon as he walked into the room, everyone looked over subconsciously. Heber's presence was extremely strong. He could attract the attention of others immediately, making it impossible for them to ignore him. This was the first time Han Xiao had seen Heber in person. The first thing he thought of was a lion. So big. This was the first impression that Heber gave Han Xiao. Sit. Heber looked over. His eyes were very calm, and his tone was very calm. However, there was a natural sense of oppression, as if his domineering aura was carved into his bones. No matter what he did, it would subconsciously spread out. Ames snorted coldly. Her body floated in the air, and she sat on a throne. Han Xiao and the 2 sisters stayed beside the throne. Why are you looking for me? Ames asked in a low voice. Heber looked at the 3rd empty seat. We're still missing 1 person. We'll talk about it when everyone is here. After saying that, the tyrant closed his eyes and went to rest, leaving Ames there. How arrogant. Han Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Ames snorted. She was used to it. Heber's style was like this. He did things his own way, and he was straightforward. He didn't like to talk nonsense. After waiting for a while, the door opened again. A child draped in a loose robe floated in. A few tiny dragons of magic power circled around him, swimming obediently. This child had a round face and pointy ears. He looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old. His body was small, and the red and white mage robe was like an exquisite and luxurious quilt on his body. Instead of saying that he was wearing the mage robe, it was more like the mage robe was wrapping him up. The bottom of the robe was almost touching the ground. Below the child, there were a few masked men in black robes. When they walked, their heads were lowered, making them look very mysterious. You're here too? Ames raised her voice. I heard that there's something big this time, so I'm here to join in the fun. The child sat on the empty throne and nodded at the two of them. Ames, Heber, long time no see. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. This child was another beyond grade A in the shattered star ring, Magus Austin, an unfathomable mage. Austin looked very young, but he was actually from a long-lived race. He was born with an unparalleled affinity for magic. He also had a series of titles, such as Law Twister, Master of Forbidden Spell Creation, Half Magic Entity, Arcane Dominator, and so on. Han Xiao looked at the masked mags in black robes below Austin. Every mage had their hands clasped in front of them, hiding them in their wide sleeves. They stared at the floor with their heads lowered like silent statues. So they're forbidden sorcerers. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Magus Austin's organization was called the Hidden Red Robe Abbey, one of the holy lands for mags in the Shattered Star Ring. They mainly researched and discussed magic and occasionally handled some magic investigation cases. As long as one was a mage in the Shattered Star Ring, 80% of them would be willing to join the Hidden Red Robe Abbey. The Hidden Red Robe Abbey was divided into outer members and inner members. The outer members were scattered people and would not be forced too much. If they wanted to learn more advanced magic, they would have to pass an assessment and sign a magic contract to become an inner member of the Hidden Red Robe Abbey. Only the inner members were considered the troops under Austin's command. The forbidden sorcerers were the elites of the Hidden Red Robe Abbey. Due to the different nature of the organization, the size of their armed forces was not as big as Bloodshed Lands. However, if the outer members were included, their numbers would probably far exceed Bloodshed Lands. Other than Ames, Heber had also invited the other Beyond Grade as. Of the 4 Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star Ring, 3 were gathered there. Heber then opened his eyes. Everyone's here. Let's get down to business. Wait, where's the other guy? Ames asked. She was referring to the last Beyond Grade A who was not present. He said he was too far away and couldn't be bothered to come. That's indeed his style. Austin chuckled. Heber did not want to waste time chatting and went straight to the point. I'm meeting you this time because I want to introduce someone to you. The door on the other side opened, and a person walked in. Everyone looked over with curiosity in their eyes. They wanted to see who this person that Heber had specially introduced to the other 2 Beyond Graders was. This person was a humanoid species. He was tall, about 2.5 meters. His skin was light red, and he had short hair. His facial features were quite unique, but they were still in line with the aesthetics of the universe humans. He was wearing a soft robe with a unique style that looked very complicated and luxurious. It was unknown what material it was made of, but the robe had exquisite patterns and was crimson in color. Facing the 3 Beyond Grade as, this person's expression was calm and extraordinary. He stood in the middle of the 3 thrones and nodded to each of them. Let me introduce, Heber said calmly. The Red Empire's special envoy, Zoel. As soon as he said that, everyone's pupils constricted. Han Xiao's expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil. The Red Empire, one of the 3 universal civilizations, the most advanced civilization, had actually sent a special envoy to the Tyrant's gathering? Had Heber already made contact with the 3 universal civilizations? Wait a minute. Han Xiao suddenly realized where the problem was. The Shattered Star Ring was nominally under the Radiant Federation's territory, but the Red Empire had secretly sent a special envoy to the Tyrant's gathering. The significance of this was extraordinary. Han Xiao's thoughts spun quickly. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. He still remembered that the background of version 3.0 Crimson Tide was the expansion of the Red Empire and the various starfields. So, the signs appeared at this time. Han Xiao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The Tyrant's gathering was probably a trap. Ames frowned slightly and could not help but think of Aesop's prophecy before they left. This gathering was indeed not simple. The atmosphere became silent. Zoel nodded slightly and broke the silence. It's an honor to meet the 3 Beyond Grade A supers of the Shattered Star Ring. We're honored as well, Austin replied. He then looked at Heber with a questioning gaze. Introduce them to the special envoy of the Red Empire. What does this mean? What we're going to talk about next is the theme of this gathering. I'll tell you in advance. Heber spoke with a deep voice. Not long ago, the Outerverse explorer that the Federation of Light placed outside the shattered star ring sent back a report. It crossed a large section of the desolate universe belt and is currently marking out a new star cluster area in the unexplored universe. That is an ownerless star cluster that needs to be explored and included into the shattered star ring's territory. Everyone had different expressions. No wonder the 7-star cluster civilizations sent representatives to attend this gathering. Han Xiao understood. Ever since the peace treaty was signed, the 3 universal civilizations had been working hard to explore the unexplored universe outside and continuously expand the known universe. Every time a new territory appeared, it meant a new battle. With all the star clusters in the shattered star ring being divided by the 7-star cluster civilizations, a new star cluster was a new piece of cake. Every star cluster civilization wanted a piece of it or to monopolize it. The Radiant Federation wants to incorporate the new star cluster into the shattered star ring, and we want to define it as the starting point of a new star field. Zoel's words had a deeper meaning. Although he did not go into detail, everyone understood what he meant. The shattered star ring was the territory of the Radiant Federation, but the new star field was ownerless. The Red Empire had a huge plan and wanted more than just a star cluster. In the explored universe, the central star field was very prosperous, while the border star fields were more chaotic and backward. However, border star fields like the shattered star ring were the places where the competition was the most intense. That was because only the border could continue to explore and expand. Therefore, on behalf of the Red Empire, I hope to receive your help. Zoel revealed his intentions. Heber remained silent at the side and introduced the Red Empire's envoy to the two of them. Clearly, the Bloodshed Land had made their choice long ago. So, the Radiant Federation or the Red Empire? Austin and Ames looked at each other and remained silent. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. Chapter 598. 3 thrones floated in the air, and 3 beyond grade sat on them, surrounding the Red Empire's envoy, Zoel, in the middle. What can we get if we help you? After thinking for a while, Austin was the first to express his opinion. Everyone present was a respectable person. Even the Red Empire's envoy could not make empty promises. Asking for the help of beyond grade as with just one sentence without any conditions in exchange, he was not a hooligan. A new territory represents an opportunity. If we can use the newly discovered star cluster as the starting point of a new star field, the areas we explore in the future will all be included in the new star field. At that time, the new star field might become a star field of the same size as the shattered star ring. The potential benefits are huge. With a wave of his hand, the miniature communicator on his wrist projected a virtual star map, marking the location of the new area. Beyond the edge of the shattered star ring was an unexplored universe marked in dark colors. After crossing a long desolate universe belt, a new bright area appeared in the dark area. That was the location of the new star cluster marked by the Radiant Federation's exploratory device. The galaxy was roughly divided into planets, star zones, star systems, star clusters, and finally the largest star field. The Red Empire wanted the new star cluster not only to seize a piece of territory but also to turn it into a bridgehead for their exploration. They defined it as a new border star field and included it in the Red Empire's territory. This way, the Red Empire could use it as a starting point to explore and expand the territory of the new star field. The areas that were discovered later all belonged to the new star field, which was the Red Empire. The Radiant Federation controlled the shattered star ring, and the Red Empire wanted another border star field. They were not willing to let the Radiant Federation monopolize this unexplored universe. Zoel was explaining the stakes, and Ames and Austin were listening. Han Xiao's attention, however, was attracted by the new star cluster. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the location of the new star cluster was a little familiar. After carefully looking at it for a while, Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. F***CK, isn't this part of the Flickering World? Flickering World was the main storyline of the later version. It was a brand new star field with billions of stars shining brightly, lighting up the dark universe. The unexplored star fields were rich in resources. All the players in Galaxy would receive main storyline missions from all over the universe and gather in the flickering world to explore. There were also countless races and civilizations moving from the known universe into the flickering world. This was a huge reshuffle of the organizations. The new star cluster that Zoel had shown was part of the flickering world in Han Xiao's memories, just the tip of the iceberg. Unexpectedly, the later versions had already begun to show signs. Han Xiaoxin's mind raced. We've only excavated a small area. It'll take many years before we can fully explore it. There's still a long way to go before version 2.0. In the past, the players had fought for the various organizations and completed exploration missions. This time, they might have a chance to become chess players. Just like what that emissary had said, a new territory was the best opportunity. This might be a chance to reach the top, although the Black Star core was not strong enough and was much weaker than a colossus like the Bloodshed Land. Han Xiao's biggest advantage was that he had a rough understanding of how things had developed. In order to obtain the qualifications to set up this plan, he would need a stronger organization. The stronger the organization, the more benefits there would be. Currently, he was far from enough. Thankfully, there were still a few versions left. Han Xiao could not help but feel a sense of urgency. The birth of the flickering world at least meant one thing, which was that the Red Empire had succeeded in the end. They had taken the new star cluster from the Radiant Federation and defined it as a new star field. While he was thinking, Zoel had already finished stating the conditions. In conclusion, the Red Empire would give him full support in the dark. Obtaining the support of a universal civilization was a very tempting condition. Although the Radiant Federation controlled the Shattered Star Ring, they rarely came into contact with the organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Austin frowned with a serious expression. However, coupled with his young face, he looked very comical and cute. I'm not very interested in this kind of thing. I'd rather stay at home, researching spells, so. I'm sorry, I want to remain neutral. I can only promise you that I won't help the Radiant Federation. After thinking for a while, Austin gave a response. He wanted to stay out of this and remain neutral. I understand. Zoel was not surprised. They were both beyond grade as, so it was not good to force him. To be able to get him to remain neutral and not help either side was not a bad result. He had also talked to Heba in detail. This private meeting was mainly to represent the dynasty and reduce the potential helpers of the Radiant Federation. What about you, Ames? Heba asked. Ames was not very interested in this kind of thing. Just as she was about to follow Austin's example and reject, she suddenly paused and looked at Han Xiao. Black Star, what do you think? Han Xiao was deep in thought when he was suddenly cued. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds and nodded. The Red Empire's reputation can naturally be trusted. The envoy is right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with huge potential benefits. Personally, I feel that the Red Empire's chances of success are more than 60%. Zoel's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. While muttering to himself about when he had bribed this guy, he nodded at Han Xiao and said, "Good taste." Han Xiao also nodded and continued. Therefore, I feel that there's no need to be too hasty to reject. This is not a bad thing. Hearing that, Ames thought for a moment and did not reject directly. Instead, she said, "I'll think about it." Heber's and Austin's expressions changed slightly. They had known Ames for many years. At the start, Ames had clearly expressed her intention to reject, but after hearing Han Xiao's suggestion, she immediately changed her mind. Black Star's importance in the Dragon Emperor's eyes seemed to have exceeded their expectations. Not just a fighter, but also an advisor. Austin rubbed his chin with his chubby hands and pondered. That's right. With Ames' personality, if she wanted to develop her forces, she would indeed need a reliable advisor. Black Star seemed to be quite capable. Heber was the most direct. Black Star, Malekith said that he tried to recruit you, but you rejected him. Han Xiao's expression changed, and he slowly nodded. I rarely try a second time, but I want to ask you again personally. Heber faced Han Xiao, extended his hand, and said solemnly, Black Star, be my subordinate, Han Xiao said. Boom. Aim's long hair fluttered in the wind, and her aura filled the entire place. Her tone was cold. You want to poach my people right in front of me. Do you still have me in your eyes? The terrifying pressure pressed down on Heber from all directions, but he did not feel it at all. He ignored Ames and only stared at Han Xiao. Do you accept or reject? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Oh my god, the NTR in front of everyone made his scalp go numb. He was so overbearing. He did not expect Heber to personally invite him at this time. This guy does not care about the situation at all. The stronger a pugilist is, the harder it is to be stubborn. Sorry, my answer is still the same. Han Xiao felt like he was being pursued. He suppressed his chaotic emotions and helplessly shook his head. Heber nodded and did not get angry because of the rejection. It was as if he did not mention this topic and let it go. He liked talents, but he would not force people who did not want to join him. The force field was still strengthening. Heber turned to look at Ames. Why aren't you retracting your Esper ability? Do you want to fight? Ames was expressionless. Her aura gradually rose, and she was on the verge of exploding. She almost threw Aesop's advice out of the window. Austin had no choice but to intervene to prevent the two from really fighting. He pinched his fingers and cast a series of calming spells on Ames. Okay. It's not the first day you know him. Don't mess around. Chapter 599. Ames was stacked with dozens of layers of buffs, and her anger gradually subsided. She then snorted coldly and retracted her Esper ability. Heber did not mind. It was not the first time he had a conflict with Ames. He then turned around and nodded at Zoel. Then, I'll leave first. I look forward to your decision. Zoel understood. He passed the contact information to Ames, smiled, and was about to walk out of the room. Looking at the back of the envoy, Han Xiao suddenly hesitated. Should I plant an eye on Zoel? It feels like it will be very rewarding. He did not forget that today was just a private meeting before the official start of the gathering. When the gathering started tomorrow, Heber would introduce Zoel to all the guests. That would be when the undercurrent would be surging. The Red Empire would not personally take over the territory. Once they took action, the Radiant Federation would also take action, and the conflict would escalate. Because it had not reached the stage of fighting outside the chess game yet, the Red Empire was trying to rope in the organizations of the Shattered Star Ring to increase the number of chess pieces in their hands. With the universe as the chessboard, they would use the chess pieces to fight for benefits. Throwing an observer's mark would allow him to see what the Red Empire was doing behind the scenes and how many organizations had joined the Red Empire. This was precious information. However, although the observer's mark had almost no trace, and even Ames could not detect it, there were still two other beyond graders present, and it might be discovered. Furthermore, the people of the Red Empire might have special means. Let's give it a try. Even if we're discovered, it won't be too serious of a problem. After all, they're trying to win us over, not enemies. Han Xiao thought for a while. A grey light flashed through his eyes, and he threw an observer's mark at Zoel. Ames and Heber did not notice anything. Zoel did not react either. He left the room, and the door blocked his back view. This time, Han Xiao suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned around and saw Austin staring at him. He noticed. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Everyone's abilities were different. Ames and Heber were unable to detect it, but Austin was a magician. He was very sensitive to all kinds of energy. While the ripples of void energy were very subtle, they did not escape his senses. However, Austin didn't say anything to remind him. He only gave Han Xiao a friendly smile before looking away. Han Xiao didn't know what he meant, but it was good that he didn't say it out loud. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Ames was annoyed by Heber and didn't want to stay here any longer. Wait a minute. At this moment, Heber spoke. Is there anything else? Ames frowned. I heard that you've been expanding your forces recently. We can work together. Heber's tone softened. Join hands. Ames smiled faintly. Do you think we're on good terms? I cannot pursue the farce of you attacking planet Heber in the past, Heber said. I'll write it off. Then you'd better continue pursuing it. Ames couldn't be bothered to argue. She left the throne, turned around, and left. Han Xiao brought Hela and Han Xiaoshan out of the room. Austin laughed. Haha, Heber, she's starting to hate you more and more. It doesn't matter. Heber didn't care. I thought you were going to ask for a marriage alliance again. Forget it. She probably won't agree this time. Heber shook his head. To be honest, both of you have strong personalities. If you want to get her, you have to restrain yourself a little. Austin's tone was playful. He was more easygoing and had a good relationship with both of them. He knew about Heber's history of pursuing Ames. I won't change for any woman. Heber waved his hands. He did not have much of an obsession with Ames. In the entire Shattered Star Ring, Heber felt that only Ames, who was also a beyond grade A super, was worthy of him. Only she was qualified to be his spouse, and it did not involve love. If he could get Ames, his organization would have 2 beyond grade A supers. This would be a huge improvement. Heber did not bother to lie and was too lazy to waste time. He had always been straightforward and did not avoid the fact that his real goal of pursuing Ames was just to join forces. Austin still remembered the time when Heber proposed for the first time. Ames was furious. Every time he thought about it, he would want to laugh. When Han Xiao and the others walked to the entrance of the palace, Carol was just about to enter. Both parties bumped into each other. You guys again. Carol did not have any intention of provoking them this time. He did not have his eyes glued to Ames like last time. His expression was very calm, as if he only saw them as passers-by. Ames glanced at him indifferently. Although she was not happy, she could not do anything in the tyrant's territory. She did not want to bother with Carol anymore. Just as the two parties were about to walk past each other, Han Xiao suddenly reached out and pressed on Carol's shoulder, grabbing him tightly like an iron clamp. Carol turned around with a confused expression and said, "What are you doing? I remember that you said before that I'm just a substitute for you." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said with bad intentions, "Since you call yourself my senior, give me some pointers." Carol's expression changed. He thought that the previous provocation was over, but he did not expect that after a few days, Han Xiao would suddenly make trouble for him. Ames stopped in her tracks with a look of surprise on her face. "What do you mean? You want to fight here? This is Planet Heber," Carol said with a threatening tone. "Don't worry, I just want to spar with you and see how strong a traitor like you is." Han Xiao chuckled. "Don't tell me that the tyrant's subordinate doesn't dare to accept the challenge. I understand. This is Ames' intention, right?" Carol felt that he had guessed correctly. Ames must have been humiliated and wanted to regain her face, so she asked Blackstar to challenge him. If it was just a spar between officers, Heber would not have said anything. Heh, is she that confident in this new officer? Carol's expression turned cold. "Okay, I accept your challenge. I hope you don't lose too quickly." Bloodshed Land was his home ground, and he could use countless machines. Even if Blackstar's name was very famous recently, Carol was not afraid at all. Regarding Ames' new officer, Carol had heard about it. He also wanted to know the full strength of Han Xiao and see what kind of person Ames had found to replace him. Furthermore, his identity was sensitive, and he represented the tyrant. Since Ames had asked Blackstar to challenge him, he could not back down. Although Heber could protect him, with the tyrant's personality, if he backed down, he would end up very unlucky. Bloodshed Land despised cowards the most. If one was not a battle maniac, they would not be able to reach the upper echelons of the tyrant. Han Xiao's lips curled up, and he suddenly said, "We're all mechanics. It's boring to just spar. Let's make a bet." "Bet on what?" "Let's bet 5 sets of mechanical blueprints. The loser has to obey the winner and take out the blueprints requested by the winner." Han Xiao smiled slyly. Using blueprints as a bet. Carol frowned. Blueprints were the lifeblood of a mechanic, and it was very common for mechanics to use blueprints as a bet. Okay. Carol nodded. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. There were a few reasons why he had suddenly challenged Carol. Ames could not make a move, but he could. It was a good opportunity for him to be a little more high-profile and show his strength. This would be good for increasing his position in this circle, and he could also help Ames vent her anger. If the tyrant interfered in a spar between officers, it would be embarrassing. The second reason was that he had been spying on Carol for the past few days and had a rough idea of his strength. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Furthermore, he had also discovered that Carol had a few decent mechanical equipment. Han Xiao proposed the bet because he wanted to win a few blueprints. He would not fight a battle that did not have any benefits. Ames' wrath, mission introduction, the traitor's provocation and the tyrant's difficulties have all made Ames unhappy. As a member of Floating Dragon, you know what you need to do. Mission requirements: publicly defeat Carol. Reward: 1,500 EXP, plus 2,500 Floating Dragon faction relationship, plus 30 Ames favorability, plus 2 Heber favorability, plus 15 renown. Failure punishment: minus 20 Ames favorability, minus 5 Heber favorability. Chapter 600. Bloodshed Land, Open Air Training Ground Number 30. Let's do it here. Carol led the group to this place and stood opposite of Han Xiao, creating a large distance between them. Looking from afar, they looked like a small dot. Han Xiao looked around. This training ground was very wide, with tall mechanical towers at the edge. They were connected by dozens of blue high-temperature electromagnetic lines, looking like a sci-fi baseball field that had been enlarged many times. The ground was made of gray metal plates, and there were scorch marks left behind by explosions or scratches from sharp weapons everywhere. There were also quite a few dents. Clearly, this training ground was often used for training. In my territory, you have to follow my rules. Carol's voice came from afar. Firstly, the battle area is limited to this training ground. If you cause any damage outside, you will bear the consequences. Secondly, you cannot cause any serious damage to the opponent, so don't worry, your life will not be in danger. As he spoke, Carol activated the training ground. The ground rumbled, and many holes appeared on the metal floor. Mechanical soldiers rose up one after another, surrounding Carol. All the mechanical towers at the edge of the training ground shook, and light shot out from the tops of the towers, forming a projection that showed the countdown of 3 minutes. Carol's lips curled up, and he said, "Don't say that I'm bullying you. Before the battle starts, you have 3 minutes to prepare. Once the 3 minutes are up, this training ground will be covered by a protective shield." Black Star was a guest, so he definitely would not bring too many combat machines. They were most likely all on the spaceship, and he would be given 3 minutes to bring the machines to the training ground. After the protective shield covered the training ground, Black Star would not be able to receive any reinforcements from the outside and could only use the machines on the training ground to fight. As for Carol himself, he had an endless supply of troops. Since Combat Field Number 30 was a facility that released machines from the ground for the trainers to fight, there were many tracks hidden in the metal plates on the ground that were connected to the underground logistics warehouse of Planet Heber. This meant that even with the protection of the protective shield, Carol could still receive endless reinforcements. Carol was very clear that a battle between two mechanic supers would most likely turn into a war of attrition. Black Star's forces were limited, and his forces were unlimited. He was already in an undefeatable position. The protective shield was transparent, so he could trample on Black Star in public. He could basically foresee the outcome of the battle. Black Star's machinery would be exhausted, and the ground would be filled with wreckage. Black Star himself would be heavily surrounded by his troops, and he would be able to look down on Black Star with ease and make Black Star admit defeat. Ames wanted her subordinates to help her vent her anger and defeat her subordinates. This way, she would lose even more face. Moreover, he did not hide the fact that he had the home advantage. If Black Star were to back out and cancel the challenge, Ames would also lose face. In any case, it was a sure win for him. Carol revealed a confident smile. On the other side, Han Xiao was not surprised by Carol's advantage at all. He sent a message to Rizda, asking him to drive the blacklight stealth over and drop the army boxes. Ames was still standing at the side, and she softly said, "Blackstar, are you confident?" "A little," Han Xiao casually replied. "Then, I believe in you." Ames's tone was as gentle as a warm breeze. Although she also felt that Han Xiao's challenge to Carol was very sudden, it was clear that Han Xiao was helping her vent her anger. She was inexplicably happy. She had always had a lot of trust in Han Xiao, and this time was no exception. She patted Han Xiao's shoulder, turned around, and walked out of the venue with Hela and Aurora. They stepped onto the tall building beside the battlefield and watched the battle from above. Around the battlefield, there were people climbing up the buildings to watch the battle. They were all members of the Bloodshed Land, and there were hundreds of them. They were all officers or elite warriors of the Bloodshed Land. Malekith and a few vanguard officials were among them, forming different small groups and whispering to each other. The news of the battle between Carol and Blackstar was not deliberately hidden. It spread like wildfire, and it soon reached the ears of many officers. They all came over to watch the battle curiously. "Blackstar is actually so daring to challenge our officers in our territory." A vanguard official looked at the rice-sized figure in the field and clicked his tongue in wonder. He challenged Carol because he's a traitor of Floating Dragon? That must be the case. A few days ago, Ames was forced to retreat by His Excellency Tyrant. She probably felt indignant, so she asked Blackstar to fight for her. It would be embarrassing if he lost. Someone could not help but look at Ames, who was also watching the battle, and speculated. Maybe Ames will intervene at the critical moment and interrupt the battle. Carol's combat strength, TSK. Malekith shook his head slightly. The vanguard official's impression of Carol was very complicated. On one hand, it was because he was a traitor. Although the tyrant was magnanimous, his identity as a traitor would obviously make others unwilling to get close to Carol. On the other hand, Carol belonged to the logistics department and had almost no chance to fight. Unlike the vanguard officials, who were all famous members of the Bloodshed Land, Malekith and the others did not have a clear understanding of Carol's strength. They only knew that he was also grade A. However, with the battlefield advantage, he won't lose. In the palace, Heba was still chatting with Austin, exchanging feelings. This time, Austin's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a strange tone, "Tyrant, there seems to be a problem in your territory." Heba frowned, took out his communicator, pressed a few buttons, and received a report from his subordinate. "Blackstar is challenging Carol?" Austin chanted a spell, and the space fluctuated. A huge mirror appeared, showing the scene of the battlefield in real time. "Looks like they're about to fight. Aren't you going to stop them?" Austin asked. Heba looked at the mirror, thought for a while, shook his head, and said, "Since Ames is not bullying the weak, there's no need for me to stop a normal battle. What if your people lose? My Bloodshed Land is not a sore loser." Heba's expression was normal as he pointed at the mirror and said, "Continue watching. Don't stop." At the same time, 3 guests were following a Bloodshed Land soldier around. The representative of the Amethyst civilization, Ralph, was walking side by side with a Klent high official, chatting happily. The diplomatic relationship between Purple Crystal and Klent had always been good. Behind them, the leader of a super financial group was following the two of them. His name was Rossos, and he had a wide range of businesses. He had investments in both star clusters and could be considered a friend of Ralph and the Klent high official. While the 3 of them were discussing business issues, a series of figures suddenly flew past the buildings above, attracting their attention. "Where are those people going?" Ralph asked curiously. The soldier shook his head and said, "I don't know. They seem to be heading to training ground number 30. Just as he finished speaking, another series of figures flashed across the sky, followed by a black spaceship that sped past quickly. The 3 of them were all very knowledgeable people, and they immediately recognized that the spaceship was the Radiant Federation's Lurker-grade spaceship. Among all the guests, there seemed to be only one person piloting the Blacklight Stealth. Floating Dragon Island's Blackstar. The Klent high official was immediately interested. "Something seems to have happened." Let's go and take a look. Ralph shrugged, indicating that he did not mind. Rossos did not have any objections either. When there was 1.5 minutes left on the countdown, the blacklight stealth arrived above the training ground. The belly of the spaceship opened, and 6 army boxes were spat out. They were like 6 falling meteors, dragging long trails of flames behind them. Han Xiao raised his hand toward the sky, and tree-shaped lightning bolts struck the 6 army boxes. The boxes opened in midair, and compressed orbs fell like rain, crashing onto the ground. Crack! The moment they landed, these compressed orbs expanded and turned into 6 Mech Legion. The Mechanical Beast Guards Army, Assault Artillery Regiment, G1 Steel Legion, G2 Heavy Armored Cavalry, and Mini Cube Army occupied a portion of the training ground, surrounding and protecting Han Xiao in a preset formation, making him feel like he was in a sea of machines. The 12 Oathkeepers of the elite army stood beside Han Xiao. From head to toe, their outer armor moved like waves, like moving scales, carrying out an automatic inspection. All kinds of cannons landed behind them or floated in midair. Other than the conventional electromagnetic cannons and laser cannons, there were also the new plasma cannons and thermal cannons. There are a little too many troops. Carol was slightly surprised. However, he was still very confident. Black Star's Mech Legion only occupied a small portion of the training ground, but his own mechanical army was much larger, occupying almost half of the training ground. Their numbers were still increasing. There was a circle of mechanical transportation holes at the edge of the training ground, and standard mechanical soldiers crawled out one after another, surrounding Black Star's troops. The almost endless reinforcements were the source of Carol's confidence. To accumulate so many machines, Black Star must have spent a lot of time and money. Malice flashed across Carol's eyes. If we destroy all of his machines, Black Star's combat strength will drop by a few levels, and his accumulation will be destroyed. The formation was completed. As there would be a protective shield later, Han Xiao did not use the Eye of God. He checked the machines, and there were only a dozen seconds left on the countdown. The mechanical towers at the edge of the training ground were activated, and a light blue barrier slowly rose, covering the training ground. All the spectators were blocked outside. The dome was a few hundred meters tall, and when the barrier completely closed and turned into a protective shield, the countdown would end. Countless mechanical soldiers were ready to move. The style, technology, and model of the machines controlled by Carol were clearly different from Han Xiao's. Most of them were standard cannon fodder. Buzz! The 2 of them released their mechanical force at the same time. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The skills of Calamity-grade mechanics had an effect when using mechanical force instantly covered the entire training ground. After so long, I've finally met a mechanic of the same level. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This was the first high-level battle. The Berserk Ape mechanical suit appeared, and a virtual screen popped up in front of him, showing the image of virtual intrusion. Carol, on the other hand, was not of the virtual intrusion school. He put on a single soldier mecha, and right after, sections of armor extended out, quickly becoming a 30-meter-tall heavy fortress that wrapped around Carol tightly. The thick and heavy outer armor showed that its defensive power was shocking at first glance. From the gaps of the fortress, countless large-caliber cannons extended out. Carol belonged to the heavy mech school of the armed mech school. It was large in size, heavy in weight, thick in armor, and strong in firepower. It was a set of defensive heavy mech vehicles. Carol wanted to use its advantage in a war of attrition, so it covered itself with a hard turtle shell. He was not Han Xiao, and he did not have a strong body. He was most afraid of sudden attacks, so he used defensive tactics, trying to make sure that Han Xiao could not even touch him. The right way. Malekith and the other spectators all nodded. They did not feel that Carol was a coward. This was a strategy that was suitable for the situation. The moment Carol's fortress was formed, the barrier completely closed, and the countdown ended. Boom! The next moment, lasers and cannons roared. The battle suddenly erupted. Han Xiao's Mech Legion clashed with Carol's mechanical army. Bang! Bang! The 2 armies fought fiercely, and the scene instantly became chaotic. Machines could not speak, and they fought in silence. Metal rubbed against metal, and bright sparks were produced. The clanging sounds replaced the roars and battle cries. Machines were torn apart one after another. Machines could not make any screams, only the sound of electric sparks. Boom! The large caliber cannons of Carol's heavy fortress locked onto Han Xiao from afar and fired. The recoil caused the cannons to retract, and the sound of the cannons firing was like a heavy hammer hitting steel, and the echo was still buzzing. Huge light cannons headed straight for Han Xiao, and the high temperature caused the air to distort. Just as the large caliber light cannons were about to hit Han Xiao, the Watcher instrument appeared behind Han Xiao like a peacock spreading its tail and flew in front of Han Xiao, turning into a distorted force field shield. The light cannons hit the shield but did not explode. Instead, they were deflected in all directions. Bang! Bang! All the light cannons were deflected. Some flew far away, hit the protective shield, and exploded violently. Some landed on the ground, causing strong winds in different parts of the battlefield and blowing up a large number of mechanical soldiers. Both sides had a portion of their forces. Han Xiao glanced around, and with a clench of his fist, mechanical force struck all the parts on the ground. He pulled up a portion of his mechanical soldiers and continued to fight. Seeing this, Carol stopped attacking Han Xiao, and the heavy fortress started to fire at Han Xiao's mech legion, wanting to destroy Blackstar's troops as soon as possible. "You want to hide and fire? Do you think it's that easy?" Han Xiao snorted coldly. He raised his hand, and a series of compressed orbs shot out from the tube on his wrist. They expanded in midair, turning into more than 10 mechanical hands. The next second, these mechanical hands transformed and combined into a 100-meter-sized Buddha's palm, 3 times the size of Carol's heavy fortress. Han Xiao waved his hand, and the Buddha's palm slammed down. The palm pressed on the top of the heavy fortress like a palm hitting a ping-pong ball. Boom! The strong wind caused by the collision blew away the surrounding mechanical soldiers. Even through the protective shield, the eyelids of Malekith and the others, who were watching the battle from the outside, twitched. The metal ground cracked and caved in from the heavy pressure, but the heavy fortress was covered by a layer of shield and did not suffer much damage. Inside the heavy fortress, Carol sneered. This fortress was not ordinary but an important piece of combat equipment that he had researched. It was able to defend against calamity-grade attacks. Right at this time, Carol felt the fortress suddenly shake violently. The Buddha's palm bent his fingers and pulled the heavy fortress out of the ground. With a swing of his hand, he threw the heavy fortress as though it was a softball. It flew a long distance and crashed heavily into the protective shield, causing a series of blinding electric sparks to explode. Boom! A loud bang. The Bloodshed Land elites watching from outside the protective shield saw a large black shadow flying toward them. The shadow grew larger and larger in their vision, and they were so frightened that they almost slipped and fell. The heavy fortress rolled and landed on the ground, shaking the ground. However, the shield still protected the fortress loyally, and the damage was negligible. Its defense was amazing. Only Carol, who was piloting inside, felt pain in his butt. Chapter 601. The defense of this fortress is not bad. It's grade A equipment. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. Carol's information popped up on the interface. His level was higher than Han Xiao's, and some of his attributes and skills were filled with question marks. Han Xiao was not surprised by this. He was only level 142, and even a normal grade A equipment was higher than him. The defense of the heavy fortress was very high, but it was not to the point where it was indestructible. However, Han Xiao did not want to fight head-on. As a virtual mechanic, he still had some professional integrity. Without saying anything, he started virtual intrusion and passed the control of the Buddha's palm to Philip. "Philip, play with him. Block his cannon fire. Don't let him kill my army." Order confirmed. Starting execution, the Buddha's palm slapped out again, and a propulsive flame suddenly shot out from the bottom of the heavy fortress. The heavy fortress instantly rose into the air, dodging this attack and moving quickly in the sky. This was a flying fortress. The Buddha's palm chased after the heavy fortress and performed a duet in midair. Han Xiao focused on virtual intrusion, and the Mech Legion on both sides fought fiercely. The 5 Mech Legion that were equipped with brand new equipment had their lethality increased by more than just a little. The blue-green plasma cannons exploded steel, the heat cannons melted metal, and the space distortion bombs were like small black holes, creating a vortex of distortion wherever they hit. There was no need to even mention the small thermonuclear mines. These were all cute little mushroom plants. The cube army was formed into 3 types of troops. The normal-sized cube robots, the small combined mechanical soldiers that were half the height of a human, and the small giant-like robots. Each of them had their own advantages. Some were nimble, and some were heavy. It was as if the G2 heavy armored cavalry were unstoppable, slaughtering their way in and out of the enemy's formation. All sorts of cold close combat weapons crushed countless enemies into pieces, and like a piece of eraser, they constantly drew blank spaces on the battlefield. The performance of Han Xiao's Mech Legion was obviously a level higher than the standard mechanical soldiers controlled by Carol. They could be considered half an elite. The killing efficiency was like harvesting, and Carol's mechanical army fell one after another. As soon as they clashed, Han Xiao's Mech Legion had the upper hand. However, the reinforcements came in an endless stream, and they couldn't kill them all. More and more corpses piled up on the ground. Carlos was determined to use up all of Han Xiao's assets. He didn't even direct his troops to attack Han Xiao. He only focused on cutting off Han Xiao's wings. He didn't care even if it was 3 for 1. Han Xiao was not without losses either. The 5 regular legions were also slowly losing their combat strength. The mechanical soldiers that occasionally approached Han Xiao were either shot to pieces by the Watcher instrument or smashed to pieces by the Oathkeepers. This kind of war of attrition was equivalent to a bladder game. How long are they going to fight? One of the Vanguard officials couldn't help but ask. Malekith shook his head. It will take at least a few hours. At this time, another figure jumped up. When the other Vanguard officials looked over, they were all shocked. Second brother, you're here too. Yes, the chief asked me to come and take a look. The newcomer was a tall and skinny humanoid species. He was tall and looked like a refreshing stream in the bloodshed land that was filled with muscular men. This person's nickname was Jaeger. There were different styles in the pugilist class. Not only did he have a violent style, but he also walked the path of the high agility weapon style. He was the second of the 8 Vanguard officials, ranking second. The 8 Vanguard officials also had different ranks. The Chief Vanguard was the eldest, the most experienced, and the strongest. He had always been personally taught by Heber and was grade A+. He was also a training maniac and spent almost all of his free time in the gravity training room. The difference between him and the others was obvious. The second Jaeger was also very strong. The 2 of them usually carried out more dangerous missions and were very elusive. Their sudden appearance at this time shocked the other Vanguard officials. Looking at the battle situation, Jaeger quickly analyzed the situation and slowly said, Black Star seems to have the upper hand on the surface, but is actually in a passive position. Carol wants to fight a protracted battle, and Black Star has to end the battle quickly. If he can't break through Carol's defense quickly, the situation will take a turn for the worse when his troops suffer too many losses. I think so too. Malekith nodded and paused. However, the current situation is very good. Carol has the location advantage, and his combat power is also very high. Black Star's chances are slim. Carol is not bad, right? Jaeger nodded lightly, acknowledging Carol's strength. On the other side, the 3 Klent officials also arrived and climbed up the building to watch the battle. After asking the bystanders around them, they finally understood the cause and effect of the battle. Black Star actually dared to openly challenge one of Bloodshed Land's officers in their territory. How daring. Ralph was quite surprised. He's taking revenge for Ames, right? A current officer of Floating Dragon challenging a former traitor. How meaningful is that? The Klent official chuckled. Ralph nodded and turned to look at Ames, who was not far away. He realized that Ames was staring at the battle with a focused expression. Rumble, the cannon fire was endless, and the battle was still going on. Both sides continued to fight, and the situation gradually reached a stalemate. Suddenly, Carol's heavy fortress sped up and shook off the Buddha's palm. It suddenly started to change shape. The heavy machinery broke down and turned into mechanical parts before being reassembled. At the same time, Carol threw out a bunch of compressed orbs, which expanded into new parts. Countless parts quickly merged together. In the blink of an eye, the parts that filled the sky formed a large humanoid mechanical suit that was 30 to 40 meters tall. Large battle mech, giant soldier, ship destroyer. The ship destroyer giant soldier was humanoid in shape. It had 2 hands and 2 legs, but it did not have a head. Its top was the conical end of its torso. Its appearance was black and green, and its thick armor covered its joints and vital points. Its body was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Its legs were equipped with thrusters and track wheels, and its body was filled with all kinds of weapons. On its back was a pair of steel-like thrusters. To describe it more down-to-earth, this thing was like an inverted green trash can with arms, legs, and wings. Carol looked down at Han Xiao coldly before sitting in the cockpit at the center of the torso. Bang! After the ship destroyer landed, it rolled agilely, and its huge body shook the ground. Then, it squatted on the ground and swung the heat fusion chainsword in one hand. The armor on the other hand opened up and turned into a thick and heavy alloy shield. The heavy mech faction relied on all kinds of large and giant machines to fight. This kind of large mechanical suit was usually called the giant soldier mech. Its 30 to 40 meters tall body was comparable to some small spaceships. With such a large body, more power structures or energy cores could be stuffed into it. Its performance was very strong, and it could fight in the universe directly. It was equivalent to a more flexible galactic vehicle. Virtual mechanics participated in the universe war through invasions, while heavy mech faction could create such a giant soldier to fight against battleships. The ship destroyer giant soldier held the alloy shield and charged forward. Its huge feet made the ground shake, and the shield smashed onto the Buddha's palm. The huge force knocked the Buddha's palm to the side, and the mechanical hand that was twice its size was knocked back. Then, it swung the heat fusion chainsword and swept across the battlefield. Hoo! The high-temperature incandescent light swept across the battlefield, creating a large blank space. Regardless of friend or foe, countless mechanical soldiers were shredded into parts by the heavy heat fusion chainsword. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. The Watcher instrument turned into a large-caliber floating cannon, and a blue light beam as thick as a water bucket shot out and hit the ship destroyer giant soldier's chest. Hum! A light yellow shield appeared and blocked this high-energy light beam. It exploded into light fragments, but the ship destroyer giant soldier's body was not harmed. He even brought out a Gundam. He's really going all out. Han Xiao curled his lips. He was not surprised at all. He had been peeping every day for the past few days and had seen Carol maintaining this giant soldier mech. The class advancement of the mechanic class would also affect the result of the blueprint fusion. If he chose one of the branches, other than the cutting-edge knowledge consumption of the other 2 branches being 3 times higher, there was another restriction, which was that the blueprints of the other 2 branches could not be fused. Han Xiao chose virtual mechanic. When he gambled on blueprints, he could not get a part of the heavy mech-style blueprints, such as the ship destroyer giant soldier mech. Carol brought out the giant soldier mech obviously not to deal with Han Xiao alone. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. His goal was to use the giant soldier mech to quickly wipe out Black Star's mech legion. Originally, he did not plan to use the ship destroyer as his trump card. However, the quality of Black Star's mech legion was beyond his expectations. His cannon fodder troops died too quickly, and the replacements could not keep up. If he did not bring out the giant soldier, Carol was worried that he would lose control of the situation. Carol has changed from defense to offense. I can feel the energy waves of this giant soldier mech. It's very strong. Even if it's me, it will take a very long time to destroy it. Outside the shield, Malekith raised his voice and looked at Carol in a new light. Jaeger nodded. That's more like it. Far away in the palace, Heber looked at the live broadcast and nodded to express his approval. At this time, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. All the mechanical soldiers on the battlefield suddenly stopped as if someone had pressed the freeze button. Carol's face was filled with shock. Just as he was about to control the ship destroyer to move, he realized that there was a static noise coming from the control panel. The artificial intelligence did not respond at all, and the nerve connection control directly failed. The ship destroyer stood in place and did not move at all. It was like the entire battlefield was filled with machines. The battlefield that was filled with gunfire suddenly became dead silent. The change was extremely sudden. The sudden change caused the expressions of all the spectators to freeze. Ding! The Berserk Ape's virtual intrusion interface rang. Han Xiao clenched his fists and chuckled. His voice spread out, and it was extremely clear on the battlefield where a pin drop could be heard. Everyone could hear it. All right, the foreplay is over. Han Xiao knew that Carol had the battlefield advantage, and he did not have the heart to fight a war of attrition. The reason he used the Mech Legion was to stall the enemy troops and give himself time to perform his virtual intrusion. Now, with the support of Rizda and Philip, the virtual intrusion was complete. These standard machines were all controlled by the same artificial intelligence. After being hammered by Rizda, they lost control directly. All the machines under Carol's control were paralyzed and could only recover after the system rebooted. Making use of this opportunity, Han Xiao walked toward the ship destroyer Colossal Soldier. Dong dong dong, as he walked forward, rows of mechanical soldiers fell. All of them had their systems malfunctioning, and the scene was magnificent. It was as if the people were bowing down to welcome their emperor. 2 words, awesome. Han Xiao's path was unobstructed. This was the easiest time for him. Virtual mechanics were the best at internal conflicts. As the old saying went, without guns and cannons, the enemy will build them for us. Carol looked at all his machines being destroyed by Han Xiao from the cockpit of the ship destroyer. His expression was extremely ugly, and he felt extremely humiliated. As a mechanic, when the machines in his hands were forcefully taken away by someone else, this feeling was indescribable. It was as if he had lost all his dignity. Quick, restart the system, Carol roared. Diagnosing malfunction and removing virus. Estimated time, unknown. The system alarm echoed in the cockpit, bringing with it an ear-piercing noise. *T, it's too late. Carol finally panicked when he saw Han Xiao approaching. However, he still held on to his last shred of hope. In order to speed things up, Black Star had only used the most violent method to paralyze the ship destroyer's operating system. He did not take control of it, so he could still hide in the ship destroyer. As long as Han Xiao could not destroy the ship destroyer's armor before the system rebooted, he would still have a chance to regain control of the situation. However, the next moment, Carol's heart sank to the bottom. Han Xiao's Mech Legion all aimed at the ship destroyer. Endless bullets covered the sky, and the ship destroyer's high-energy shield only lasted 2 seconds under the terrifying firepower before shattering. Boom! The armor on its chest and abdomen was focused on and exploded. The ship destroyer could not withstand the force and fell to the ground face up. The Buddha's palm disintegrated and turned into more than 10 mechanical hands. They turned into drills and drilled a hole in the ship destroyer's body. Carol's cockpit was exposed amidst the messy wires and energy pipes. Due to the system's paralysis, Carol could not even eject to escape. The ship destroyer had become his prison instead. Looking at Han Xiao, who jumped into the cockpit, Carol's face was filled with fear. He hurriedly said, "I admit," before he could finish. Han Xiao's large hand pinched his mouth like a pair of iron pliers, forcing Carol's words back into his stomach. Go. Berserk throw. Dong. Carol was thrown out of the ship destroyer and flew into the sky. He flew up hundreds of meters and slammed into the dome of the training ground's protective shield. He did not have a strong body. Although he was a Calamity-grade super, his body's resistance was far inferior to that of a pugilist. This collision caused him to feel dizzy, and he was inflicted with the dizzy status of the Berserk throw. However, before he fell, Carol's vision blurred, and Han Xiao flew below him in an instant. The distance of a few hundred meters was just a matter of acceleration for the berserk ape mechanical suit, leaving behind a trail of blue flames. Zap! The next second, blinding lightning burst out from Han Xiao's body and illuminated Carol's shocked expression. His arms were like a bow that was pulled to the limit. Then, his fists landed heavily on Carol's chest and pressed him against the dome of the protective shield. Boom! It was like a ball of lightning had exploded out of thin air. Power explosion. Genetic liberation. Germinal organization leader character summon card armor-piercing combo. Han Xiao did not hold back at all in this attack. With the triple enhancement, the power of this attack was raised to a terrifying level. Boom! An explosive sound wave swept out, and a circular shockwave burst out. The power of this punch passed through Carol's body and directly shattered the protective shield that covered the entire training ground. In the sky full of light, Carol shot up into the sky like a rocket, leaving rings of shockwaves behind. Crimson blood splattered in the air. All the bloodshed land spectators at the scene opened their mouths wide and looked up at Carol, who was flying into the sky. Malekith was stunned. In just 10 seconds, Han Xiao had broken the battle of attrition and ended the battle. Too fast. Chapter 602. Carol flew higher and higher. Swoosh. Just as the other spectators were in a daze, Jaeger was the first to react. He jumped up and flew into the sky, catching up to Carol, who had been sent flying out of the arena. He grabbed Carol with both hands and lifted him up like a chicken, not giving Carol the chance to shout, "I'll be back." The two of them landed in the middle of the arena filled with mechanical wreckage, raising a cloud of dust. As soon as Jaeger let go, Carol fell forward, one hand on the ground, the other on his chest, coughing violently. Cough cough. Blood flowed out of Carol's mouth, and his face was pale. Although he was wearing a simple combat suit, this punch still caused him quite a bit of damage. However, he still had the physique of a calamity grade. Even if he was not as strong as a pugilist, he would not lose his combat ability in one hit. He only broke a few bones and almost lost a lung. Although Han Xiao did not hold back in this punch, he also knew that a calamity grade would not be so easily injured. Furthermore, this spar did not go too far, and it was impossible for him to kill someone in Bloodshedland's territory. It was enough to defeat his opponent openly. Virtual intrusion had created an opportunity, and Han Xiao had always been good at seizing opportunities. Furthermore, he was very cautious. In order to prevent himself from failing miserably, he did not play around with Carol and directly sent him flying, securing victory. Carol's injuries were not too serious, and he still had the ability to continue fighting. However, he was sent out of the arena, and the machinery he controlled was temporarily paralyzed. Even if he could recover his combat ability after the system rebooted, the current situation was that he had been publicly defeated by Black Star. The battle was over, and it ended with his defeat. Carol's face was filled with unwillingness. He held his chest and coughed a few more times, staring at Han Xiao, who had also landed not far away. "Aya, that was close. I almost lost." Han Xiao put away the berserk ape, revealed his face, and shook his head. "T. You clearly did it with ease." Many spectators roared in their hearts. Han Xiao glanced at the virtual intrusion interface. There was not much time left, and the opponent's artificial intelligence was about to restart. He looked around and said playfully, "You lost. With so many people watching, you won't go back on your word, right?" Carol sensed that the gazes of the spectators had all landed on him, and he couldn't help but gnash his teeth. His mentality collapsed. He had a huge advantage in terms of location, but he was easily defeated by Black Star. This guy's battle strength was really too strong. The difference in their statuses aggravated the impact of his defeat. Black Star was the current officer of Floating Dragon Island, but he was a traitor in the eyes of others. Now that the traitor was defeated by someone from Floating Dragon Island, it was a scene that the people loved to see. Furthermore, he had just provoked Ames a few days ago, and today, he was defeated by Black Star. Carol felt extremely embarrassed. Carol subconsciously looked in the direction of Ames, But he realized that Ames was not even looking at him, the loser. Instead, she was staring at Blackstar. This made him even angrier. In the spectator seats outside the venue, Ames let out a sigh of relief and revealed a relaxed smile. Just as Blackstar sent Carol flying with a thunderous blow, she felt all the anger that she had been suffering for the past few days disappear. With Han Xiao's fist, she vented all of it, and her mood instantly became bright and sunny. For a moment, Ames only felt that Han Xiao was extremely pleasing to the eye, and she stared at him with all her might. As for Carol, who she had always missed, Ames did not even want to look at him again. The position of this traitor in her eyes had become insignificant, and she had already put this traitor down in her heart. "I've found someone better than me," Ames mumbled. "The Dragon Emperor has really found an amazing person." Not far away, Ralph sighed. He had only gotten to know Blackstar a few days ago, and at this moment, Han Xiao's position in his heart had risen slightly. If there was a chance in the future, perhaps he could outsource some sensitive missions to Blackstar. Ralph pondered, and the thought of hiring him appeared in his mind. The Amethyst civilization controlled Colton, and the Blackstar Corps was stationed in Colton as well. There was a natural basis for cooperation. Rasozi rubbed the antennae under his chin. His expression did not change, but he thought to himself, "I heard that the Norios Financial Group invested in the Blackstar Corps. It does have potential. Seems like it's worth investing in." After socializing a few days ago, he had also gotten to know Blackstar. As there were many hidden experts in the party, he did not express any special thoughts about Han Xiao. Only now did he have the intention to invest. The Klent senior official narrowed his eyes, and a strange expression flashed across his face. He suddenly said, "Blackstar defeated the tyrant's people in Bloodshed Land. I wonder what Heba will do." The other two narrowed their eyes. Not far away, Malekith and the other Vanguard officials were also thinking about this question. Will His Excellency Tyrant interfere? Someone frowned. Malekith shook his head and did not say anything. This is just a spar. He probably won't. Carol's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The Vanguard officials were used to battles and were not too surprised or shocked by the result. They were only surprised by the combat strength Blackstar had displayed. Many of the Vanguard officials were excited and wanted to have a real fight with Han Xiao. What they were most concerned about now was Heba's attitude. At the same time, in the palace, "Your people lost." Austin's tone was mocking. "I have eyes." Heba frowned and waved his hand. "I'm not watching anymore. Turn it off." "Hey, aren't you going to respond?" "There's no need." Heba was not angry. Since it was a fair battle, Blackstar had won fair and square. That was his ability. Hearing this, Austin could only end the broadcast, and the two of them stopped paying attention to this matter. The tyrant did not interfere, and no one felt that Heba did not know about this matter. Seeing this, they understood that Heba had tacitly agreed to the result of this battle. Bloodshed Land believed in the strong. Carol was publicly defeated, and the others felt that they had lost face. Many spectators shook their heads and turned to leave. Malekith and the others were disappointed. They glared at Carol before disappearing. Carol knew that the outcome was already decided. His expression was ugly, and he had nothing to say. "Don't forget our bet," Han Xiao reminded him kindly. "What blueprint do you want?" Carol clenched his teeth. The tyrant definitely knew about the bet, and if he went back on his word, he would be tarnishing Bloodshed Land's reputation. He had no choice but to give up his treasures and fulfill Han Xiao's request. "Let me think. That mechanical fortress of yours and that giant soldier mechanical suit, I want both of them." Han Xiao chuckled. "Okay." Carol's face twitched, and his heart was bleeding. Following which, Han Xiao stated his requirements for the other 3 blueprints. He had peeked into Carol's weapon warehouse and had quite a few things that he wanted. However, Carol had not used all of them in the battle, so Han Xiao could not specify them directly. As a virtual mechanic, although he could not fuse some of the exclusive machinery for his class advancement, the knowledge of the mechanic class was the same. If he obtained the blueprint, he could learn it directly. After all, when gambling on blueprints, there were dozens of blueprints that could be fused with one type of knowledge. His class advancement only prevented him from fusing some of the blueprints. However, if he had the blueprint first, as long as his knowledge met the requirements of the blueprint, he would be able to create the machinery for the blueprint. I'll give you the blueprint tomorrow. You don't have to worry about me going back on my word. I still have this bit of credibility. Carol's face was filled with grievances. After saying this, he did not even bother to clean up the place and left, not even daring to look at Ames. Han Xiao did not mind and looked at the notification on the interface. Ames Rage, completed. J. You have received 1500 EXP and plus 15 J Renown. Plus 2500 J Floating Dragon Faction Relationship plus 30 Ames Favorability. Current relationship, best friend, J plus 2 to Heber's favorability. Current relationship, cold, J. This time, Ames landed beside Han Xiao with a smile. Not bad. I can't just watch you get bullied. Han Xiao laughed and found an excuse to explain his actions. I know. Ames smiled faintly and suddenly felt a little emotional. Ever since she became a Beyond Grade A Super, she had not experienced the feeling of being protected for a very long time. She did not expect to have such a feeling again today. I'm clearly much stronger than Blackstar, but in the end, he actually helped me vent my anger. Ames laughed in her heart. Aurora raised her head and looked at Han Xiao, then at Ames. She tugged on Hella's clothes and said softly, Sister, what? Hella did not look at her and said with an indifferent tone, Nothing. Aurora shrunk her neck. After storing his machinery into the blacklight stealth, Han Xiao and the others returned to their room. This challenge did not lead to any investigation, but through the news spread by the spectators, very soon, all the guests knew about the battle between Han Xiao and Carol. Black Star was in Bloodshed Land, fighting for Ames, publicly defeating the former traitor of Floating Dragon in someone else's territory, and the tyrant actually allowed it. This could be considered as Black Star taking revenge for the Dragon Emperor, and many people were surprised. After the battle ended, the day passed peacefully. The next day, the official party finally began. Everyone had waited for a few days for today's official party. All the guests were dressed neatly and gathered in the hall of Heber's palace. This place had already been set up as a banquet venue, with all kinds of new and precious food and drinks. Musicians were on standby at the side. Not only the hall, almost half of the palace was the venue for the party. It was all set up, and the guests could look around freely. There were also many private rooms upstairs for guests who wanted to communicate privately. The goal of this party was to invite the top organizations of the Shattered Star Ring to discuss various topics, expand their connections, exchange information, outline the future of the Shattered Star Ring, and so on. Its function was similar to a social gathering, but it was more serious, practical, and high-end. The guests were talking to each other, and Ames stood at the side, ignoring everyone. Hella and Aurora were beside her, and they did not know what to say in such an occasion, so they did not say anything either. Han Xiao was around to replace Ames in socializing. From time to time, people would take the initiative to talk to him, and their attitudes were quite warm. He dealt with the guests while observing the others, silently collecting information. Not long after, the organizer of the party, Heber, finally appeared. The place instantly quietened down, and everyone stopped talking. They all looked at Heber, waiting for him to speak. I'm very happy to see so many familiar faces again. Chapter 603. The musicians started to play, and the party officially began. The guests all had their own interests, so they spread out and found a more private place to discuss business. Heber brought a few guests up the stairs. Not far away, the Klent High official also brought a few people up the stairs from the other side. Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but narrow his eyes, deep in thought. The tyrant and the Klents are allies, and he has secretly sided with the Red Empire. Maybe the Klents have also become friends with the Red Empire, and it happened even earlier than the tyrant. After all, if the Red Empire wants to rope in the organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, their first choice should be the Star Cluster civilizations. The Klents were roped in first, and then they recommended their ally, the Bloodshed Land. The tyrant recommended the envoy to the Dragon Emperor and the Magus. It's very likely that the Clents asked him to communicate with the Beyond Grade as Han Xiao's thoughts turned quickly. This meant that among the 7-star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, the Clent Kingdom had most likely sided with the Red Empire. Connecting it to the storyline in his previous life, the main storyline of version 3.0, Crimson Tide, was that the expansion of the Red Empire had shaken all the starfields, and the Shattered Star Ring was no exception. However, a lot of the chaos was not directly caused by the Red Empire but by the organizations of the various starfields. At that time, the players did not know the inside story, but now, Han Xiao had connected the two. Maybe the organizations causing trouble in the Crimson Tide were all instructed by the Red Empire to cause chaos in the galaxy. Heber did not introduce Zoel to all the guests. It was probably because the Red Empire did not want to be too conspicuous and would only talk to the representatives of some of the stronger organizations in private, just like the Beyond Grade A meeting yesterday. The storm has already begun to brew. Han Xiao shook his head silently. According to his calculations, the impact of the Red Empire's actions would not appear in version 2.0 for the time being. The biggest possibility was that it would happen gradually in the 10 years after the version 2.0 update and evolve into version 3.0, Crimson Tide. Currently, it was still the early stages of version 2.0. Other than the Blue Star players, the players from the other novice planets were still playing in the mud. There were still a few years until the version update. During this time, the possibility of something big happening was very low. The Blue Star players' original main storyline was the battle between Darkstar and Godora. Now that Darkstar had collapsed, the Black Star Core had become the players' new main storyline. The storyline had become a semi-free exploration mode. Therefore, the players would not encounter any major events in version 2.0. This was the best time to develop a faction. While Han Technician was pondering, Rossozi came over. Black Star, I have something to discuss with you. Sir Rossos, what do you suggest? Han Xiao came back to his senses, smiled slightly, and nodded in greeting. Rossos habitually rubbed the messy tentacles on his chin and said, I wish to invest in Floating Dragon and your Black Star Core. Perhaps we should discuss the terms of cooperation in detail. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Whoa, I'm in luck. Another money giver. He turned around and took a look. Ames did not object and gave Han Xiao full authority to decide. Han Xiao then pulled Rossos to the side, and the two of them started to discuss the details. Not long after, the two of them quickly finalized the investment plan. The terms were similar to the Norios financial groups. Both financial groups would provide resources to Floating Dragon and the Black Star Core for a long time in exchange for other benefits. Investing in armed forces had always been an important investment for large financial groups, and Rossos was no exception. After confirming the details, he walked away with satisfaction. The official contract and funds would be sent over after the meeting. Han Xiao was very happy. This way, the Black Star Core would have one more sponsor, which would be very helpful for the development of the faction. Norios Financial Group and Rossos Financial Group were the financial backers of the Black Star Core for the time being. Black Star. This time, someone called out to him. Han Xiao turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Austin. He had brought a group of forbidden sorcerers with him. Your Excellency Magus, why are you looking for me? Facing a Beyond Grade A, Han Xiao's eyes were very solemn. Austin did not say anything. He smiled faintly and opened his palm. A deep blue light lit up in his palm, turning into a vortex. Very soon, the light disappeared, and a small grey ball appeared in his palm. Han Xiao took a closer look. This small ball was not a physical object but a cluster of grey mist. It was surging but was compressed by some kind of energy, maintaining the shape of a small ball. This is... Han Xiao was a little confused. He could not figure out Austin's intentions. Austin played with the grey mist ball and slowly said, Once, my spiritual body was roaming in a certain phantom-level secondary plane and encountered a powerful and strange Void Lord. It almost corroded my spiritual body, but I defeated it in the end. This is the core essence left behind by that Void Lord. I want to give it to you. Han Xiao was stunned. The core essence of a Void Lord was an extremely rare item. Almost only mags could collect this material. Traveling to secondary planes was an ability that only high-level mags had, and they could often obtain all kinds of strange items. In terms of profiteering, in terms of production, mags and mechanics were the best among the 5 superclasses. In terms of collecting materials, mags might even be better than mechanics. Mechanics were in a state of bankruptcy all year round, while mags were the opposite. A class that could burn mana to make money at zero cost, enchantment, was practically the public enemy. They were not called mags for nothing. Han Xiao knew very well that one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. What did Austin mean by suddenly giving him a gift? He could not be trying to steal him like Heber, right? Heber took the direct route. Could it be that Austin took the indirect route? Why are you giving it to me? Because I feel that you might need it more than me. Austin winked. Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly had an idea. Right, when I used Observer's Mark on Zoel yesterday, I was discovered by Austin. Could that be the reason? You're not a mage, but you can use void energy. Looks like you've been corroded by void genes before. Most species that are corroded by void genes end up becoming monsters, but you manage to control it and turn it into your own ability. You're very lucky. Since that's the case, the Void Lord's core essence can strengthen this ability and give you more power. Austin confirmed Han Xiao's guess. Austin did not know that Han Xiao had the player interface. The way he saw it, Black Star being able to use void energy was only because he had been corroded by void genes. Furthermore, Floating Dragon Island happened to have void dragon skeletons buried there, so he thought that he had guessed what had happened. Thus, he wanted to help AIM's officers. In any case, it was a piece of cake for him. Han Xiao could only cough and agree with Austin's words. He started to ponder in silence. He was already a void race, and the Void Lord's core essence could strengthen his void genes and increase his attributes. Furthermore, during the next race evolution, he would have a chance to skip the next stage of the evolution chain and enter the later stages, where stronger void species options would appear. It was indeed very useful. It was a good thing, and its rarity was at the level where it was priceless. What do I have to pay? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Although he was tempted, he knew that he should not accept something that he did not deserve. Austin had a lot of resources, and the Void Lord's core essence was just a drop in the ocean. However, he did not feel that Austin needed to give it to him. Even if Austin was helping AIM's officers because of her, Han Xiao was not willing to accept the kindness of an unfamiliar beyond grade A. His relationship with Austin had not reached the point where he could accept a gift with a clear conscience. This is for you. You don't have to, Austin seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly changed his words halfway through his sentence. Perhaps there will be a day when I will need your help. Just treat this as an advance payment. Sounds good, as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Of course. Han Xiao put the item in his pocket and nodded at Austin to thank him. Austin smiled, and his face looked very cute. He slowly said, Heber is a little stupid, and Ames is not attentive. I know your potential better than them. Maybe one day, you'll leave the Dragon Emperor and establish your own faction. This starfield has not had a new legend for too long. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't disappoint me. Without waiting for Han Xiao's reply, Austin turned around and left with the forbidden sorcerers. Han Xiao had a strange expression. Austin did not put on any airs, and his attitude was very friendly, giving him a good impression. However, what he said at the end made him feel like he was facing an elder. As the gathering went on, all the VIPs present had their own business to discuss. The guests chatted enthusiastically, and occasionally, someone would look for Han Xiao to talk about some topics, but it was not frequent. Other than Rasozi and Austin, the others who came to talk mostly just chatted. Han Xiao was also happy to be free. When there was no one to talk to, Han Xiao, Ames, and the other two would sit in a corner and enjoy food and drinks, talking and laughing. As time passed, the gathering gradually came to an end. Everyone basically got the information they wanted or the cooperation agreement. Han Xiao also eavesdropped on some information that was not considered confidential but that normal people would not know. After all, everyone present was a VIPs, and any information they casually revealed was quite valuable. Chapter 604. We will consider your request. Then, a star cluster civilization representative opposite Zoel stood up, bowed respectfully, and left the bright guest room. Zoel was the only one left in the room. Zoel shook his head slightly and took a sip from the wine glass on the table. The spicy amber wine flowed down his throat like a line of fire. He received more than 10 people representing the top organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, and every one of them was extremely respectful because of his identity. However, when it came to specific matters, everyone was vague. However, siding with the Red Empire was a very important decision that required a long time to consider. Zoel understood this point. The Shattered Star Ring was the territory of the Radiant Federation, but the Star Cluster civilizations were not the subordinates of the Radiant Federation. There was no loyalty to speak of. Every civilization was independent and only acknowledged the jurisdiction of the Radiant Federation. Every civilization had their own ambitions and wanted to expand, and the new starfield was an opportunity. Currently, of the 7 star cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring, only Klent is firmly siding with us. According to the current trend, we should be able to rope in some star cluster civilizations. Together with the Bloodshed Land, we should have enough chess pieces. The expansion ambitions of the Red Empire did not stop there. Zoel was only in charge of the Shattered Star Ring, and the other starfields also had their own special envoys. The new area outside the Shattered Star Ring was only one of the things that the Red Empire was looking for. It would take at least a few years to complete the initial layout. The gathering came to an end. Everyone had settled their business and gathered in the hall. Heber appeared again and gave a concluding speech, announcing the end of the gathering. The atmosphere of this gathering seemed relaxed, but it was actually filled with undercurrents. Who knew how many important matters that could affect countless people had been decided in private, and these were all decided by the big shots with just a few words. From the checks and balances between the various relationships, one could often peek into the workings of the galactic world and the nature of power. The right to speak was closely related to the amount of resources one could control. Han Xiao had also gained a lot. Not only did he know the inside story of the Red Empire's operation, but he was also mentally prepared for the next version update. He had also expanded his network and officially entered the circle of top organizations. Although he was mainly relying on his identity as a member of Floating Dragon Island and was still considered an outsider, this was a good start. If he had only relied on his current strength and organization, he would not have had the chance to participate in this gathering at all. Obtaining the qualifications to enter the circle was more important, and his position would slowly rise. If one were to quantify his connections, Han Xiao's connections had increased by dozens of times. In the past, most of the people he came into contact with were from star system civilizations and mercenaries. Now, he had the contact information of the top organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. If he encountered any problems in the future, he would be able to obtain more comprehensive and powerful help. The nickname Black Star Network was even more well-deserved. This time, he had even met the other 2 beyond Grade A supers of the Shattered Star Ring and met Austin. Everyone said goodbye to Heber and left. Han Xiao and the others walked out of the palace and immediately saw Carol, who was waiting outside with a long face. Black Star, this is the blueprint you asked for. Carol's face was ugly. He threw a new communicator to Han Xiao, which stored the information of 5 blueprints. After roughly looking at it and confirming that there was no problem with the blueprints, Han Xiao nodded and walked past him, not wanting to have any other interaction with Carol. Ames looked straight ahead and walked past Carol. Carol was left alone in an awkward position, feeling completely ignored. This time, a shadow blocked his vision. Carol raised his head and saw Heber standing beside him, looking down at him. "Your Excellency, Tyrant." Carol's face paled, and he stuttered, "Sorry, I lost this time." "Will you lose next time?" Heber said coldly. It was a simple sentence, and his tone did not have any intention of blaming Carol. As if he had been motivated, Carol replied loudly, "Definitely not. That's my subordinate." Heber nodded slowly, turned around, and walked away, leaving behind a stalwart figure. Han Xiao and the others did not plan to stay on planet Heber. They went straight to the dock, boarded the Blacklight Stealth, and left Bloodshed Land. Ames guided the two sisters in their training. Han Xiao let Rizda control the spaceship while he went to the training room to check the 5 blueprints that Carol had lost to him. Among them, there was the heavy fortress used during sparring. Its official name was Flying Fortress. Its defense was amazing, and it could also be used as a flying vehicle. There was also the ship destroyer giant soldier armor, which could replace spaceships as space weapons. Its mobility, armor value, destructive power, close range, and long-range capabilities were all very impressive. It was Han Xiao's first giant soldier armor blueprint. A heavy mechanic built heavy machinery, and the basic attributes of the machinery were usually stronger. These 2 things could be used as Grade A combat equipment. The other 3 were also important blueprints for Carol. The first was a medium-sized armor that was 6 to 7 meters tall. It could be piloted by many people, had excellent performance, and was good at frontal attacks. It was suitable to be sold to guilds. The second was an anti-gravity electromagnetic levitation motorcycle. It had an ecological shield to resist cosmic radiation and could travel in space. Han Xiao had the Berserk Ape mechanical suit, so he did not need it. However, the specialty of this galactic motorcycle was that it looked cool and cool. It could be an advanced product of the nuclear magnetic flying backpack. Of course, Han Xiao still needed to modify the blueprint and add a self-destruct function. The third was a large-caliber shipborne cannon. It was a blueprint for spaceships. Most of the shipborne weapons were heavy firearms, so their power was naturally much higher than portable weapons. The prerequisite knowledge for the 5 blueprints was mainly from the armed class. The highest knowledge was only high-end knowledge. After looking at the spoils of war, Han Xiao took out the essence core of the Void Lord and looked at it carefully. This small ball condensed by grey fog had a special feeling when he held it in his hand. It was ethereal, as if it did not exist. It was as if he could crush it, but once he used force, he would feel a repulsive force that was full of elasticity. The core of the Void Lord can strengthen the Void genes, just like the Void Dragon marrow in the past, but the effect is stronger. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In the hierarchy of the Void species, the Void Lord belonged to the top level. Most of them existed in the secondary planes in the eyes of mags, or hid in the Void vision. They rarely interfered with reality. The Void Lord could be considered a type of higher dimensional life form. Similar existences were magic entities. They condensed void energy to form a shell and projected reality. They were ever-changing. Even in the sea of stars where all kinds of races bloomed, they were still very rare and strange life forms. This was not the first time he had used such an item. Swallowing the core of the Void Lord was quite beneficial to him. Normally, there would be risks when using species genetic items, but the compatibility between species was very high, so the chances of side effects were very small. He opened his mouth and swallowed the grey fog ball. An extremely cold feeling exploded from his mouth and spread throughout his body in an instant. It was as if even his soul was being frozen. You have used the core of the Void Lord. Fusion progress, 38%. 61%. 100% fusion complete. Fusion, perfect attributes increased permanently. Plus 8 SDR, plus 12 DEX, plus 10 END, plus 10 INT, plus 15 MYS, plus 8 CJ or talent, intermediate strengthened life, has been slightly strengthened. The cold quickly disappeared, and Han Xiao exhaled. After seeing the notification on the interface, his eyes could not help but light up. The attribute bonus was very impressive, and his total attributes increased by 63 points. What was even more surprising was that there was a clear notification for intermediate strengthened life. This talent had accompanied him for a very long time and provided him with a large amount of health. When the talent was upgraded the last time, Han Xiao guessed that he would need to use more genetic items without side effects to continue strengthening this talent. The Void Lord's core proved his guess. Although the effect of intermediate strengthened life did not change and had not been upgraded, since there was a notification, it meant that his train of thought was correct. Han Xiao decided to make collecting rare materials of void species as a new mission. Han Xiao first sent Ames and the others back to Floating Dragon Island, and the return journey was very peaceful. After returning to Floating Dragon Island, the Blacklight stealth stopped at the dock. Ames and the others walked down the gangway and turned to look at Han Xiao, who was beside the hatch. Han Xiao turned to look at Hela and the others, smiled, and said, "You two follow the Dragon Emperor and train well. I'm still waiting for you to help me." Aurora raised her hand and said with a serious face, "I'll definitely work hard." Hela opened her mouth but did not know what to say. She suddenly realized that the two of them were going to be separated again. They would be training on the unfamiliar Floating Dragon Island and starting a new life. It might be a very long time before she saw Han Xiao again. Hela could not help but think of the time when she stayed in Blue Star and looked up at the stars. Her emotions could not help but become complicated. Hela knew that she did not know Han Xiao well. The chances of the two of them spending time together were actually very limited, and they spent more time apart than together. When the words reached her mouth, she hesitated and said softly, "Be careful." "Got it, I'm leaving." Han Xiao waved his hand, and the hatch closed, covering his figure. The next moment, the spaceship took off and disappeared into the distance. Ames turned to the two sisters, stopped smiling, and said calmly, "Next, you two will start your official training. I'll be very strict." "I couldn't ask for more." Hela took a deep breath and said with a serious expression. After leaving Floating Dragon Island, the Blacklight stealth entered hyperdrive mode and flew toward planet Sunil. Going to the Sol cluster to participate in the Tyrant's party had taken a lot of time. During this time, the Black Star Corps had been maintaining business, and the players had not encountered any major problems. Everything was normal. Not long ago, Hurles had sent news that after a few months of work by 200,000 players, the Sunils had finally made a breakthrough and eliminated a large number of Prophecy Stone mines. The strength of the psychic current had decreased significantly. According to this trend, they would be able to completely eliminate the threat of the catastrophe very soon and save the Sunils from this disaster. However, as they gradually dug deeper into the mines, they discovered some strange phenomena, and Hurles requested Han Xiao to personally assist them. The inside story that he had learned from the Tyrant's party gave Han Xiao quite a sense of urgency. He wanted to speed up the development of the Black Star Corps, so he decided to personally make a trip to planet Sunil to completely solve the Sunil's predicament. At the same time, he would also conduct an on-site inspection and prepare to build the third subbase. Chapter 605. Planet Sunil. The sky was a sapphire blue, and the pure white clouds were like floating ribbons. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a thin mist through the dense forest, and the lush green trees swayed like waves. The freshness of nature had not been buried yet. Green was a good color. Looking at the surface through the porthole, Han Xiao could not help but feel refreshed. The Blacklight stealth slowly landed in the military camp area outside of Forest City. Hurles had been waiting there for a long time with the Sunil upper echelons. In the distance, a large number of armored Sunil soldiers were patrolling. As soon as Han Xiao walked down the porthole, Hurles rushed up and gave him a warm hug. "Black Star, you're finally here." Han Xiao patted Hurles' shoulder and asked him to let go. Hurles excitedly introduced the Sunil upper echelons to Han Xiao one by one. Both parties shook hands and greeted each other. The Sunil upper echelons were very respectful. Black Star's position in the galaxy was far higher than the entire Sunil race. Furthermore, Black Star had taken the initiative to help them solve the hidden danger of the planet. They would never forget this favor. After some introductions, they started to talk about serious matters. Han Xiao asked, "How's the situation now?" "Great." Hurles was very excited. In the past few months, he was the clearest about the effect of the Black Star Corps. It had greatly improved the situation of the Sunils. As he spoke, Hurles opened his communicator, brought up the 3D map projection of planet Sunil, and explained in detail. The threat of the Sunils came from the beasts on the planet, and the cause of the catastrophe was the prophecy stone mines buried all over the planet. A quantitative change led to a qualitative change, and the mines formed a psychic current that stimulated the beasts on the mental level. Therefore, the first goal of the Sunils was to clear the prophecy stone mines on the planet. However, because of the dangers in the wild, exploration was very difficult. The Sunils only controlled a very small area and could not bear the cost of expanding their territory. This would sacrifice many young warriors. The Black Star Corps played a role in this. With the help of spaceships and vehicles, the 200,000 players who were not afraid of sacrifice discovered thousands of shallow prophecy stone mines in the past few months. The closer one was to the ore vein, the more obvious the psychic undercurrent would be. There were almost no wild beasts nearby, so the players could easily mine the ore vein and destroy all of the prophecy stones. According to the calculations of the Sunil Research Department, the strength of the psychic current on the planet had decreased significantly, and the interval between the catastrophes was very likely to be extended to more than 10 years. This meant that Sunil's situation was no longer urgent, and they had more time to recuperate. This result was announced to the entire race. The entire race erupted with unprecedented vitality, seeing hope. The situation of the race had obviously improved, and all the Sunil warriors were very excited. Among them, Hurlus was the most excited. The race was his hometown, and the Black Star Corps was Sunil's benefactor. He was the one who connected the two parties. On one hand, he was excited about his decision back then, and on the other hand, he was grateful for Black Star's help. Of course, this result was far from enough. Since they wanted to solve the problem, the Sunils naturally wanted to be more thorough. After hearing this, Han Xiao asked, "What difficulties did you encounter in clearing the mineral veins?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone's expression darkened. Hurlus said with a deep voice, "We made all sorts of guesses at the start, but we did not expect the resistance to be so severe." Han Xiao was immediately curious. Judging from his tone, it seemed like even 200,000 players could not solve this problem. By the way, where did the mercenaries go? Why don't I see them? Han Xiao looked around and did not see a single mercenary. Most of them are still exploring and fighting outside. In the wild, we built many camps to allow the mercenaries to get supplies outside and not have to return to Forest City. Now, only a small portion of the mercenaries are resting in Forest City, Hurlus explained. So that's the case. This is normal. Han Xiao nodded. It seemed like he had to find a reason to call the players back so that it would be easier for him to harvest EXP. Putting this thought aside for now, Han Xiao stroked his chin and asked, "Then, what difficulties did you encounter?" "It's like this. Shallow mineral veins are easy to clear, but there's also a huge amount of mineral veins underground. The amount might be a few times more than shallow mineral veins, and it's more difficult to mine them. We need bigger tools and more manpower, but this is not the main problem." Hurlus sighed and projected an image. On it were a few types of beasts with strange shapes, but they had some characteristics of insects. "This is..." Han Xiao frowned. "As we dug deeper, we came to a completely different rock layer. We found traces of some strange monsters. Preliminary confirmation is that they are ancient underground beasts that have never come to the surface before. There's a huge population living underground on planet Sunil. Just the few nests that we found so far already have more than 100 million monsters. In the underground world that we have yet to explore, we don't know how many more there are." Hurlus' tone was heavy. Maybe they are the real owners of this planet. Han Xiao understood. The original mother planet of the Sunils had been destroyed, and they had migrated to this planet Sunil. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were guests who had taken over the nest. Due to the limited resources of their race, the Sunils did not explore deep underground. It was only today that they discovered that there was still a huge population living underground. These monsters were the natives of this planet. If not for the Black Star Corps, the Sunils would not have discovered that the planet they lived on still had a huge hidden danger. For some reason, these monsters built nests around the underground prophecy stone mines to indirectly protect the mines. They are very xenophobic, and their bodies are hard and agile. They also secrete corrosive mucus on the surface of their bodies. Their bodies are about the size of wild wolves. Dozens of underground exploration teams have already been wiped out. The underground is the home of the monsters. We can't use our full strength, so it's very difficult for us to fight. Protect the prophecy stone mines? Han Xiao pondered. Most of the underground creatures were close to minerals with radiation and even ate them. However, the prophecy stone mines did not have radiation. Instead, they stimulated wild beasts to go crazy. Logically speaking, wild beasts would try their best to stay away from the prophecy stone mines, but these underground monsters actually built nests around the prophecy stone mines. At that moment, a word popped up in Han Xiao's mind. Mutation. Their race might have existed for thousands of years. Living creatures will change as they adapt to the environment. Over a long period of time, their genes will mutate. Think about it. The catastrophe will stimulate wild beasts all over the world to go crazy, but you have never encountered such monsters. This means that they have never gone crazy and left the underground. This means that they are used to the psychic current and are immune to this stimulation. They have extremely strong psychic resistance, Han Xiao pondered. The Sunils were guests who had moved to this planet later on, and the prophecy stone had existed for countless years. During these countless years, they had no idea how much of an impact the prophecy stone had on the beasts of this planet. Hurlus nodded. That's right. We call these underground monsters subterranean mutants. So, you summoning me means? Han Xiao had a guess. Your Excellency Blackstar, we would like to ask for your help. We need to kill all the subterranean mutants and take complete control of planet Sunil. Only by killing these monsters will we be able to solve our current predicament. Furthermore, there are countless resources hidden underground. Only by eliminating the subterranean mutants will we be able to mine in peace. In order to completely eradicate the catastrophe, the only way was to destroy the underground mines. Then, the subterranean mutants all over the planet would be the biggest obstacle. Furthermore, they would have to mine the underground resources in the future, so the subterranean mutants would undoubtedly be a hindrance to their development. In terms of population, the subterranean mutants were probably hundreds or thousands of times more than the Sunils. The Sunils did not want to coexist with such a large number of species. As expected. Thinking about the natural beauty that he had seen when he landed, Han Xiao could not help but sigh. He looked at Hurlus and asked, "What do you think?" "That's what I think too." Hurlus had a firm expression. "All right. I hope you understand that the nature of this matter has changed," Han Xiao said slowly. "This is a war employment. I will gather more spaceships and mercenaries." Great. Everyone was overjoyed. To ensure the transportation of people and resources, I need to immediately build a subbase on planet Sunil. Do you have any objections? No. Everyone shook their heads. After establishing a consensus, Han Xiao walked to the side and called Philip. "Help me contact the Norios Financial Group and the Rossos Financial Group. I will be building a third subbase on planet Sunil in the Garten star system. Help me list out the resources and send it to these two financial groups. Use their channels. Summon all 200,000 mercenaries on planet Sunil and have them gather in Forest City. I need them to build the base. Also, send out an army recruitment. The recruitment destination is planet Sunil. The target is all Black Star mercenaries." After receiving a series of orders, Philip responded. Order confirmed. Han Xiao did not stop there. Through the faction interface, he directly issued a new mission to all the players. Army expansion, third base. At the same time, in a camp in the wilderness of planet Sunil. The Sunil soldiers patrolled the perimeter. In the camp, many players had set up stalls, and some players were recruiting players to form teams. Many players were stationed in every camp. Near the camps were mission points and exploration points. The players stayed in the camps to replenish their supplies, forming an ecosystem unique to the players. Maple Moon sat in a corner with a repair symbol above her head. She had set up a stall to repair equipment, and her business was endless. Back then, She had chosen to follow the crowd and come to planet Sunil. As a casual player, she did not like fighting and killing. She had always felt that mechanic was the most suitable class for her. In version 1.0, she had followed Blackstar for a long time and accumulated many benefits. Her abilities were more outstanding than other mechanics, and her ability to repair and create equipment was clearly better than many players of the same class. She was one of the best. Although she did not receive special treatment from Blackstar in version 2.0, with her leading advantage, Maple Moon's business had always been very good. Other players were more willing to repair and buy equipment from her, allowing her to earn a lot of money. She had more resources to improve her own strength, forming a virtuous cycle. However, Maple Moon rarely fought. Compared to PK, she enjoyed storylines more. The Sunil's employment was very much to her liking. Saving this race in danger and receiving the gratitude of the Sunils made her very happy. There were many players like Maple Moon who were interested in storylines, and to these players, benefits were secondary. They wanted a good story more than anything else. The management strategy that Han Xiao had set for the Blackstar Army was to let the players experience different storylines through employment. The Sunil players were an example, and their stories would become the deeds of the army. At this time, Maple Moon realized that the players on the street had all stopped at the same time and opened their interfaces. Seeing this, she knew that something big had happened and hurriedly checked her interface. The mission to build Base 3 that Han Xiao had released immediately jumped into her eyes. Blackstar has come to Sunil too? Strange, the mission of the Sunil rescue operation hasn't been completed yet, but he can already build Base 3? Who cares? It's a good thing that we can build a new base. The players discussed and left in groups, heading toward Forest City. The camp suddenly became empty. Most of the players had already put themselves in the shoes of the Blackstar Corps. The expansion of the faction was due to the players, and they felt that their performance in Sunil had allowed the faction to grow. They immediately felt proud. Every time the faction expanded, the players would feel a sense of fulfillment. Han Xiao's method of creating a sense of belonging was very effective. Chapter 606. The location of base number 3 was not far from Forest City. After the 200,000 players in the wild received the construction mission, they all returned. With spaceships to pick them up, they were quickly assembled. Outside Forest City, the 200,000 players were densely packed and noisy. Their eyes were all focused on Han Xiao. Han Xiao borrowed the Dragon Emperor's cool outfit again, sitting on a mechanical throne and floating in the air. It was not that he wanted to look cool, but with so many players, they would not be able to see him unless they were in the sky. Han Xiao had not come into close contact with the players for a while, so he roughly observed them. The 200,000 players who had stayed on planet Sunil for a few months had obviously changed their outfits. They could be roughly divided into 3 types of people. The first type wore heavy armor, mostly Sunil soldier armor, and some war worker bee armor. It was worth mentioning that the Sunil series armor of these players were all products of the army. The Sunil people obviously knew that Han Xiao had stolen their blueprints, but even if they knew, it would be useless. The second type of players did not wear armor. They only made up about 1/10 of the total. Han Technician did not know if they were poor or not. Even if they were pugilists or espers, there was no harm in buying a set of armor. Even the vanguard officials of Bloodshed Land had to wear special armor. However, although this type of players did not have armor, they still had some mechanical equipment on them, such as firearms, melee mechanical weapons, shield generators, and so on. The third type of players also did not wear armor. They wore nuclear-powered flying backpacks. One look and one could tell that they were in the art world. All in all the players were using the products of the Blackstar Corps. Their equipment had already been updated and looked brand new. Now, these players looked a little like Blackstar troopers. However, in Han Xiao's eyes, it was more like a field of green leeks. Planet Sunil was a resource land for NPCs. After letting the 200,000 players grow here for a few months, they had accumulated a lot of resources. Every leek was growing well and was full of nutrients. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Xiao coughed, put on a serious expression, and said with a deep voice, "Due to the results of your work, the Sunil people's predicament has been alleviated. However, new obstacles have appeared in this mission, and we need more help. Therefore, the original plan has been brought forward. We will build the third base on this planet as a stronghold. Philip has already sent the specific location to everyone's communicators. The construction of the new base will require everyone's help." Han Xiao roughly explained the situation, and the players did not have any objections. They followed him to the designated location of the base and started clearing the trees and leveling the terrain. Army Expansion, Third Base, was a faction series mission, and it included a lot of construction work that required the players to complete. Every submission rewarded EXP and faction contribution points. The players were very enthusiastic, not only because of the rewards but also because they could participate in the construction of the new base and contribute to the growth of the faction. The construction of the third base was also for their own benefit. A new stronghold meant that the army would store a lot of resources in the third base. At that time, the players would not need to pre-order faction products but could pick them up directly from the third base. Furthermore, because the missions could only be accepted after returning to the base, other than the Golden Gate base and the Blue Star base, there was another place for the players to accept missions or stay. This was the new stronghold of the Black Star Corps in the vast universe. Han Xiao notified the Galactic Construction Team that he had been working with for a long time. They would arrive at planet Sunil in a few days. However, the construction team was only building the buildings. The specific facilities still needed to be completed by his own people. Gathering 200,000 players could greatly increase the construction speed of the third base. Furthermore, the Norios Financial Group and the Rossos Financial Group had both provided some help and obtained a large amount of resources through their channels. Han Xiao did a rough calculation. The two financial backers had saved him about 600,000 aners. This time, he was prepared to invest 2,700,000 aners to build the third base. The total assets in his account were close to 50 million aners, so he could easily afford this expenditure. Thinking back to a year and a half ago, he had only borrowed 3 to 4 million aners, and it took him more than half a year to build the first base. In less than 2 years, his assets had multiplied by more than 10 times. The speed of development was very impressive. The players were very efficient. Not long after, a large piece of flat land appeared in the forest. As the construction materials had not been shipped over yet, the players were temporarily unable to start work after the land was flattened. The dozens of battleships that were on standby on planet Sunil were all moved over, forming a temporary camp. The players gathered there, and so did Han Xiao. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the players all found Han Xiao, wanting to learn skills. Most of them were mechanics. After not seeing Black Star for a few months, they were finally able to get some rain after a long drought. This was exactly what Han Xiao wanted. He had planned long ago not to sell knowledge but blueprints this time. He had a talent from his scholar subclass, research theory. The effect of this talent was to increase intelligence by 1 point for every 3 skills. Currently, it provided about 300 points of intelligence. This meant that Han Xiao now had close to 1,000 blueprints and skills, which cost him a lot of EXP. To the players, this was an astronomical figure. Selling a portion of the low-grade blueprints did not affect him much. Han Xiao released dozens of low-grade machinery blueprints in one go. The players were basically all above level 70. At this level, low-grade blueprints were no longer rare, and the players could fuse them on their own. However, due to the variety of knowledge combinations, every mechanic player was unable to fuse the blueprints they needed, and the blueprints they knew were all different. However, he directly sold all kinds of blueprints, indirectly helping the players escape the bottomless pit of blueprints gambling. Looking at the dazzling array of blueprints, the eyes of the mechanic players lit up. After working on planet Sunil for a few months, these players did not lack EXP. Although the blueprints Han Xiao gave them were not very technical, they covered all kinds of aspects: firearms, explosives, mechanical troops, shields, mechanical suits, energy sources, vehicles, and so on. Blueprints gambling was very dependent on luck, and there was only one mechanic player who was equally well-rounded. Therefore, every player could find blueprints that were useful to them and make up for their shortcomings. Han Xiao was not worried that the mechanic players would affect the sales of the Blackstar core after learning the blueprints. In terms of cost, the players would definitely not be able to compete with the mass production line, and they would not be able to achieve the characteristics of the army's products at a low price. Furthermore, they could accumulate contribution points by spending money in the army. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not sell blueprints for faction products. What he sold were similar machines that were half a grade lower. In fact, Han Xiao's development plan also included joining the material industry and selling raw materials to the players to earn another sum of money. While expanding the business of the Blackstar core, it would also make things convenient for the players, allowing them to purchase the materials they needed directly from the faction store. Among the 200,000 players, there were 50,000 to 60,000 mechanic players. They excitedly learned the blueprints, and most of them learned more than one type. Han Xiao's EXP storage quickly filled up, quickly breaking through the 1 billion mark, and it was still increasing rapidly. At this time, the players also realized that other than the low-level blueprints, there was also a high-level blueprint that made their hearts pound. Void Dragon Mechanical Suit. This is a god-grade blueprint. What the F***CK? This is amazing. The mechanic players were overjoyed. They looked at the price, which required 60 EXP and 2,000 ANAs. Many of them showed a pained expression, but the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit's OP parameters were like a sexy girl in revealing clothes, constantly telling the players to come face to face with it. In the eyes of the players, the attributes of the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit were undoubtedly god-grade equipment. A portion of the players who could afford it hesitated for a while before gritting their teeth and learning it. Seeing this, Han Xiao had a subtle smile on his face. Although this blueprint was high level, he already had the Berserk Ape, so he did not need the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit anymore. It was just right to sell it to the players. The difficulty of creating the Void Dragon Mechanical Suit was extremely high, and the players could only barely succeed when they were above level 90. Furthermore, the core material was the Void Dragon Bone, which was what Han Xiao valued the most. Even if the players really managed to create it, it could not be replicated. What, you want to mass-produce it? Sure, I'll just have to ask Ames for her floating dragon mechanical suit. I should be able to experience a way to die. Within 1 or 2 versions, the chances of the players being able to create it were extremely slim. If they bought it back, they would only be able to look at it. That was impossible. From the perspective of the players, the most suitable mechanical suit blueprint for their current situation was actually the amphiptyre that Han Xiao had eliminated long ago. With the current ability of the mechanic class players, it was possible to create the amphiptyre, and the cost was also within control. Once the amphiptyre blueprint was sold, this single mechanical suit would quickly become popular among the players, and the average strength of the players would greatly increase. However, it was precisely because of this that Han Xiao did not want to sell the amphiptyre. If the players were able to obtain it in one go, how would they be able to use the Sunil series armor to harvest leaks? Therefore, Han Technician chose to teach the Void Dragon mechanical suit blueprint, painting a big pie for the players. A person without dreams was no different from a salted fish, and dreams could be used to obtain a wave of benefits. However, he did not want to scam the players too badly. At least, the selling price of the Void Dragon mechanical suit blueprint was far lower than its actual value. Logically speaking, a mechanical suit blueprint of this level could be sold for hundreds of thousands of ANAs in the galaxy. After this round of harvest, Han Xiao's experience skyrocketed again, easily exceeding 3 billion. He could not help but smile. Maple Moon also learned the Void Dragon mechanical suit blueprint, quickly browsing through the materials, and muttering, Void Dragon Bone. This looks familiar. Isn't this a specialty of Floating Dragon? As a player who had followed Han Xiao since version 1.0, Maple Moon had personally been to Floating Dragon Island. She was the first mechanic player present who had a clue. This lasted for half a day, and when night fell, the the mechanic class players finally dispersed and returned with a full harvest. Han Xiao's experience reserve had reached 9.4 billion. The price of low-level blueprints was around 40,000, and there were around 50,000 to 60,000 mechanic class players. Each time, they would not only buy one blueprint, but there were also a few thousand who bought the Void Dragon mechanical suit. In total, Han Xiao obtained about 9 billion experience. This is quite a haul. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. He had exchanged some blueprints that he did not need for a large amount of experience. It was quite worth it. With enough experience, Han Xiao did not waste any time. He returned to the spaceship's training room, opened the interface, and invested 3 billion experience, leveling up 3 times. Virtual Mechanic has been leveled up to LV20 max. Plus 350 energy, plus 3 DEX, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. Main class level has reached the upper limit. You may continue to level up after completing the class advancement requirements. Class advancement requirements: intelligence greater than 1300, machinery affinity greater than 0%, active skill bonus not included. I got the random attribute requirement. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Normal players had a lot of different attribute points, and it was often difficult for them to meet the class advancement requirements. They would be forced to learn a secondary class. However, to Han Xiao, this class advancement requirement was the easiest. The class advancement requirements for the main class were mostly related to the characteristics of the class itself. For core attributes like intelligence and machinery affinity, Han Xiao had always exceeded the normal standards of his current level. As for intelligence, he threw in all the free attribute points he had just obtained. Its basic value had reached 1,536 points, which had already exceeded the class advancement requirements. Together with the plus 10% bonus from the Calamity grade and more than 300 points from Research Theory, his actual intelligence value was close to 2,000 points. His basic machinery affinity, together with talents and passive skills, was 686%, which also exceeded the class advancement requirements. This meant that Han Xiao did not need to learn a new secondary class. His own attributes had already met the class advancement requirements. Wow, my luck has changed recently. Han Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly. Could it be that the effect of touching Fu Ding was permanent? Since he met the requirements, Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly invested in his experience. He leveled up once more and completed the class advancement. He felt a sharp pain in his brain, and he gained many new insights. Prerequisites for class change completed. You have received a new class, Galaxy Mechanic LV1. Plus 180 energy, plus 1 SDR, plus 3 DEX, plus 3 END, plus 8 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have learned the ability, Master Machinery Affinity. You have learned the ability, Ultra-Fast Virtual Intrusion. You have learned the ability, Quantum Network Matrix. You have received the talent, Machinery Theory Summary. The effect of your talent, Virtual Technology Mastery, has been strengthened. The effect of your talent, Artificial Defense Enhancement, has been strengthened. Chapter 607. Galaxy Mechanic was the advanced stage of the mechanic class. At this level, one could already be called a master. The level limit of this stage was increased by 5, and the maximum level was LV25. According to Han Xiao's memories, most mechanic players in his previous life had entered Grade A at the Galaxy Mechanic stage. The new class was called Galaxy Mechanic. The machines it built were even more powerful, and the range of applications gradually transitioned from small situations to galactic wars. The specific enhancement was the ability to build even more powerful mechanical weapons. For example, Carol was a Galaxy Mechanic, and the ship destroyer Giant Soldier was the blueprint he came up with during his Galaxy Mechanic stage. In the end, it was given to Han Xiao. From the perspective of the players, this enhancement was reflected in the fusion of blueprints. Class advancement to Galaxy Mechanic was the prerequisite for higher-level blueprints, and the previous knowledge combinations would unlock more blueprints. In terms of skills, Galaxy Mechanic would strengthen the specialization he chose in the previous stage, greatly enhancing Han Xiao's virtual technology skills. The related skills and talents were strengthened, and he also obtained 2 new virtual technology skills. Ultra-fast virtual intrusion, as the name suggested, greatly increased the speed of the intrusion, but the price was that the duration of the authorization was shortened. Quantum network matrix was a core skill with 2 effects. The first was that the range of the intrusion would be greatly increased. Range was an important attribute of virtual technology. Face-to-face intrusion and intrusion across an entire star system were 2 completely different realms. The quantum network was everywhere, and the level of virtual technology determined the extent to which a mechanic could use the quantum network. Han Xiao's range had greatly increased, but it was still very far away from the terrifying range of a star system. Only a beyond grade A mechanic like Mecha Empire, Man Ison had such a terrifying range that could cross star systems and even star clusters. The second effect of this skill was the virtual intrusion version of sputtering. For example, if the targets of the intrusion were 2 independent artificial intelligences, but the 2 of them were exchanging data and information in real time, then if one of the artificial intelligences was invaded, through the information exchange between the 2 of them, there would be an indirect intrusion effect. It was similar to how computers spread viruses, equivalent to AE-type virtual intrusion attacks, but the detection of an indirect intrusion would be much more difficult. As for master machinery affinity, it was needless to say. When it was maxed out, it would give him a 75% increase in machinery affinity effect. It was a practical skill. The last one, machinery theory summary, was a talent. Like machinery analytical comprehension, it was one of the core abilities of the mechanic class. Its effect was to convert intelligence into machinery affinity. The conversion ratio was 30 intelligence equals 2% machinery affinity. As the main class continued to level up, the increase in strength from the core attributes of the class became more and more obvious. That was why Han Xiao had put all his points into intelligence. Level 146, Han Xiao thought about it and decided not to continue leveling up. He maxed out his new skills and saved the remaining billions of experience points. Class advancement was a watershed, which was why there was an obvious increase in combat power. However, the benefits of leveling up after that would not be high. If he wanted to reach level 160, he would need a huge amount of experience, and the little stock he had on hand was far from enough. He might as well keep it to level up his skills and get more potential points. What he lacked the most now was potential points, and he only had a single digit left. With energy flowing through his body like a torrent, Han Xiao could feel the obvious changes in his body. His senses were clearer, and he gently touched the compressed orb. The structure of machinery subconsciously appeared in his mind, and his understanding of machinery became deeper. After feeling it for a while, Han Xiaoxin left the training room with satisfaction. Only then did he see a message from Herlus inviting him to join the pre-battle meeting to discuss how to deal with the subterranean mutants. Han Xiao could not help but shake his head. Chapter 608. Galaxy Mechanic was the advanced stage of the mechanic class. At this level, one could be called a master. The level limit of this stage was increased by 5 levels, and the maximum level was 25. According to Han Xiao's memories, in his previous life, most of the mechanic class players had entered grade A at the Galaxy Mechanic stage. The new class was called Galaxy Mechanic, and the machines it built were much stronger. Its range of application gradually transitioned from small situations to galactic wars, and it was much more sophisticated. The specific enhancement was the ability to build stronger mechanical weapons. For example, Carol was a Galaxy Mechanic, and the ship destroyer Giant Soldier was the blueprint he came up with during his Galaxy Mechanic stage. In the end, it was given to Han Xiao. From the perspective of the players, this enhancement was reflected in the blueprint fusion. The class advancement to Galaxy Mechanic was the prerequisite for the blueprints of higher stages, and the previous knowledge combinations would unlock more blueprints. In terms of abilities, Galaxy Mechanic would strengthen the specialization chosen in the previous stage, which greatly enhanced Han Xiao's virtual technology. At the same time, he also obtained 2 new virtual technology abilities. Ultra-fast virtual intrusion, as the name suggested, greatly increased the speed of the intrusion, but the price was that the duration of the authorization was shortened. Quantum Network Matrix was a core ability with 2 effects. The first was that the range of the intrusion would be greatly increased. Range was an important attribute of virtual technology. Face-to-face invasion and invasion across an entire star system were clearly 2 completely different realms. The quantum network was everywhere, and the level of virtual technology determined the extent to which a mechanic could use the quantum network. Han Xiao's range had greatly increased, but it was still a long way from the terrifying range of a star system. Only a beyond grade A mechanic like Mecha Empire, Man Ison had such a terrifying range, which could cross star system and even star cluster invasions. The second effect of this ability was the virtual intrusion version of sputtering. For example, if the targets of the intrusion were 2 independent artificial intelligences, but the 2 were exchanging data and information in real time, then if one of the artificial intelligences was invaded, through the information exchange between the 2, the effect of indirect intrusion would be produced. It was similar to the mechanism of a computer virus, equivalent to an AoE type of virtual intrusion attack, but the detection of indirect intrusion would be much more difficult. As for Master Machinery Affinity, it was needless to say. When it was maxed out, it would give him a 75% increase in machinery affinity effect. It was a practical skill. The last one, Machinery Theory Summary, was a talent. Like Machinery Analytical Comprehension, it was one of the core abilities of the mechanic class. Its effect was to convert intelligence into machinery affinity. The conversion ratio was 0 intelligence equals 2% machinery affinity. As the main class continued to level up, the increase in strength from the core attributes of the class became more and more obvious. That was why Han Xiao had put all his points into intelligence. Level 146, Han Xiao thought about it and decided not to continue leveling up. He maxed out his new skills and saved the remaining billions of experience points. Class advancement was a watershed, which was why there was an obvious increase in combat power. However, the benefits of leveling up after that would not be high. If he wanted to reach level 160, he would need a huge amount of experience, and the little stock he had on hand was far from enough. He might as well keep it to level up his skills and get more potential points. What he lacked the most now was potential points, and he only had a single digit left. With energy flowing through his body like a torrent, Han Xiao could feel the obvious changes in his body. His senses were clearer. He gently touched the compressed orb, and the structure of machinery subconsciously appeared in his mind. He had a deeper understanding of machinery. After feeling it for a while, Han Xiaoshan left the training room with satisfaction. Only then did he see the message from Herles, inviting him to join the pre-battle meeting to discuss how to deal with the subterranean mutants. Chapter 609. Han Xiao looked into Herles' eyes and saw nervousness and hesitation. He seemed to care a lot about Herles' answer. Han Xiao suddenly felt a little emotional. Ever since he became a calamity grade, his prestige in the eyes of the Grade B officers had been increasing day by day. He had interacted with Herles for a few years and understood Herles' personality quite well. Herles had been decadent for many years before he started to serve his race. Compared to those Sunil warriors who had suffered so much, he was not as decisive and had more thoughts. In Han Xiao's previous life, Herles had been able to die fighting against the calamity. His experience now was different from his previous life, so his mentality had naturally changed. You're thinking too much. There are not so many moral constraints in the battle for survival. It's all about the difference in standpoints. If I don't help, the Sunils will be finished. Didn't you hire me to avoid this? Han Xiao patted Herles' shoulder and said, indeed, the Sunils are outsiders, and the subterranean mutants are innocent. They did not do anything wrong, but the law of the jungle is an eternal rule. The subterranean mutants are hindering the survival of the Sunils. Since you have no other choice, don't sympathize with your enemy. I know, but what difference is there between us and Darkstar? Hurlus wanted to say something but stopped. Sunil's mother planet had been invaded and destroyed by Darkstar. They were also victims, but now, they had become invaders like Darkstar. This change in role made Hurlus' feelings indescribable. Sunil is not Darkstar. Darkstar destroys for the sake of destruction, but you are doing it to continue your race. Your motives are different. This is a battle for survival between races. Since you Sunil can't move, your only goal is to destroy your natural enemies. There is only a difference between the strong and the weak, not right or wrong. Don't feel too guilty. Han Xiao paused and added, if the subterranean mutants paid me to chase away the Sunils, I might have stood on their side. You don't want me to chase away your race, right? As a chaotic neutral and a very professional mercenary, this kind of problem was not a problem at all. He had no intention of criticizing Sunil's actions. In every corner of the universe, the drama of fighting for survival resources was played out every day. Every second, a large number of species were born or died. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Survival was the first need. Hurlus smiled helplessly. Han Xiao's attitude made him feel relieved. It was good that Blackstar did not hate him because of this. Stop chatting, let's get started. Seyrind was impatient. His tone was cold as he jumped into the hole. Seeing this, Hurlus sighed and jumped down as well. Han Xiao activated the Berserk Ape Mech and followed closely behind. The three of them flew down for a while, and the hole gradually disappeared. Their field of vision was pitch black, and there was no light source. Han Xiao turned on his night vision goggles. When they were a few thousand meters below the surface, the three of them finally reached the end of the hole and stepped onto flat ground. In front of them was a pitch-black underground space. The tunnels were complicated and twisted like a beast's path. There were a few prophecy stone mines nearby, and there were a few subterranean mutant nests. The Sunils had only officially discovered the existence of the subterranean mutants when they dug here. They had lost some exploration teams, so they stopped digging. Only around the hole were traces of man-made excavation. Further away was the world of the subterranean mutants. It was huge, and just the area that they had discovered was far larger than Forest City. God knew how many years it had taken the subterranean mutants to create such a majestic underground world. The temperature at this depth was very high, and it was rich in geothermal energy. Han Xiao turned on his life detection radar, and a nest in the distance was filled with dense light spots. The light spots represented the subterranean mutants, and their numbers were terrifying. Just one nest alone had tens of millions of subterranean mutants. Sunil had given these nests a number, and they were going to the closest nest, nest number 1. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the underground world. Planet Sunil was huge, and there were countless nests that had not been discovered. The number of subterranean mutants was in the hundreds of millions, and they were the undisputed masters of this planet. The nests spread out with the Prophecy Stone mine as the center. The light spots around the mine were the densest, just like the city center. After following the guidance of the radar for a while, the three of them approached the periphery of the nest. The corrosive mucus of the subterranean mutants gradually appeared on the ground and walls, and it had long become a thick colloidal carpet. It was very thick and tough to the touch. Beep beep this time, the radar suddenly alerted them that there were more than 10 mutants passing by. Han Xiao turned on his long-range vision and locked onto these mutants. Han Xiao accelerated and approached the mutants instantly. His movements created a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, the dozen mutants were all beaten to the ground. In front of the absolute strength of a calamity grade, there was no suspense in the battle. Hurlus and Seyrind followed and controlled these mutants. Their mission was to be the coolies. The subterranean mutants were more than a meter long and had some of the characteristics of the Zerg race. Their carapace protected their muscles, and there were fine hairs between the gaps, oozing mucus. Their heads were very small, and they did not have eyes at all. They only had 4 flexible tentacles, and their mouths were full of sharp teeth. They ate rocks as food, and they had 4 muscular legs that could run and jump. They were vertebrates, and they had a hard carapace tail with a shovel-shaped bone at the end. "We've caught the samples. Shall we go back?" Hurlus whispered. "You guys go first. I'll go take a look deeper into the nest." Han Xiao waved his hands. The two of them naturally did not have any objections. They did not need to worry about Han Xiao's combat ability, and they obediently took the subterranean mutants back the way they came. Han Xiao was the only one left. He looked at the battle information just now, and the attributes of the subterranean mutants appeared before his eyes. Their average level was between 30 to 40, and they were beast-type creatures. All of them had psionic resistance talents. Other than that, there were no other highlights. Their psionic resistance is indeed very high. They won't be affected by the prophecy stone. Han Xiao nodded. Next, he needed to find out why the subterranean mutants lived near the prophecy stone. After activating the stealth function, Han Xiao moved quickly into the depths of the nest and started to encounter subterranean mutants frequently. However, the berserk ape stealth was naturally not something the subterranean mutants could discover, so his journey was smooth. The closer he got to the center of the nest, the larger the subterranean mutants' bodies became. They gradually grew from a meter long to 3 or 4 meters long, and their carapaces became thicker. Han Xiao suddenly noticed that there were crooked scratches on one of the walls, forming a picture of unknown meaning. He looked at it carefully and confirmed that it was a mural carved by the subterranean mutants with their tails. Is this a form of recording? The subterranean mutants' language? Han Xiaoxin's mind moved. The appearance of a recording method often meant that civilization was beginning to sprout. Are the subterranean mutants transitioning from wild beasts to intelligent species? This thought flashed through his mind, and Han Xiao continued forward. Soon, he arrived near the prophecy stone mine. He discovered that there were no signs of mining at all. It was as if the subterranean mutants had never used the prophecy stone and were only guarding the mine. Are the subterranean mutants only fond of the prophecy stone's psionic radiation? Han Xiao was a little curious. He suddenly had the idea of destroying the mine to test the subterranean mutants' reaction. Han Xiao deactivated his stealth and released the Watcher instrument, bombarding this small mine. Boom! Explosions rang out continuously, and the tunnel started to shake rapidly. The next moment, the radar showed that all the subterranean mutants in the nest seemed to have gone crazy and were crazily converging toward this location. The surging tide of subterranean mutants rushed over, sealing off all the space. Han Xiao was not in a hurry. He set the Watcher instrument to an explosive attack, firing freely. Beams of light shot out, exploding in the midst of the subterranean mutants. The powerful force easily tore apart the subterranean mutants. The subterranean mutants were endless, wave after wave, but none of them could reach Han Xiao. They were all smashed into minced meat, piling up higher and higher. Han Xiao strolled around casually. The huge difference in strength made the number of subterranean mutants meaningless. Although there was no danger, this phenomenon made Han Xiao realize a problem. Why is it that when I destroy the prophecy stone mine, the entire nest will go berserk and charge toward me? This phenomenon is a bit like hitting a lifeform's vital point. Han Xiao's eyes flickered as he guessed. Going berserk means that the nest has a collective consciousness. Perhaps the subterranean mutants' method of communication is mental waves, and the entire nest has formed a collective mental network. The prophecy stones happen to have mental radiation, which has affected the subterranean mutants for many years, causing their mental strength to evolve. Perhaps, the subterranean mutants are using the prophecy stones to maintain their mental network? Therefore, the subterranean mutants are using the prophecy stone mine as a tool, a communication base. This can explain why the subterranean mutants would build a nest near the prophecy stone mine. Perhaps tribes are more appropriate. An underground mine can only allow one subterranean mutant tribe to exist. Every tribe is a closed ecosystem, and the prophecy stone mine is the external organ of the subterranean mutants. This type of racial characteristic, why is it so similar to the World Tree civilization? Suddenly, Han Xiao felt slightly dizzy, and notifications popped up on his interface. You have received a mental attack. The level difference is too large. You are immune to this attack. Assessing the negative effect. Assessment passed. You are immune to the confusion status. They even have mental attacks. Han Xiao was shocked. He immediately checked the combat information and realized that ordinary subterranean mutants did not have such an ability, but those 3 to 4 meter tall elite mutants all had the mental confusion skill. The level difference was too large, and Han Xiao also had advanced mental resistance. Most of the mental attacks of the elite mutants were ineffective, but there were a few attacks that passed the assessment and confused his mind. Han Xiao became alert. Mental attacks countered his health and mana exchange. He did not stay any longer, and the berserk ape instantly activated. He turned into a black streak of light and smashed a bloody path through the beast tide, leaving behind a trail of blood. He followed the path back to the entrance of the cave. The Calamity Grade's lethality was shocking, and he killed thousands of subterranean mutants in a short period of time. As long as Han Xiao had enough time, it would not be difficult for him to wipe out all the subterranean mutants by himself. Unfortunately, the level difference was too large, and he only received 1 point of experience. Even if he killed 10 million subterranean mutants alone, he would only receive 1,000 experience. However, to the players, killing was a way to level up quickly. In his previous life, there were players who did this and ended up with countless bounties. They could use up all their revival times every day. They were even more suicidal than the Han technician. After collecting a lot of information, Han Xiao ascended through the cave and flew back to the surface. He immediately saw Herles and Han Xiao waiting for him at the edge of the cave. The dozen or so subterranean mutants that they had captured alive were already locked in cages. Blackstar, what did you find? Herles smelled the thick scent of blood. There's a lot of interesting information. Let's talk about it when we get back. The 3 of them boarded the spaceship and returned to Forest City. The Sunil Research Department was already waiting for them, and they successfully handed over the captured subterranean mutants. Han Xiao told the Sunil Research Department about his findings, such as the signs of a budding civilization of the subterranean mutants, the effects of the Prophecy Stone Mine, and so on. This trip had easily completed a few small objectives of the Sunil main storyline mission, especially the Slaughterer mission. He had received a few million experience, and his mission rating had significantly increased. Next, he would wait for the Sunil Research Department to complete their research on the subterranean mutants and for the Galactic Engineering Team to arrive to build Base 3. After these 2 points were completed, he could officially clear out the subterranean mutants. At the same time, in Nest 1, right after Han Xiao left, the subterranean mutants collected all the corpses and piled them together. The scene was extremely bloody. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would very likely vomit. Countless tentacles of the subterranean mutants waved crazily as if they were communicating silently. After a while, all the subterranean mutants seemed to have come to a consensus. They all gathered in the mine area and lowered their bodies as if they were worshipping the mine like an ancient totem. Then, all the subterranean mutants suddenly started to use their shovel-shaped tails to dig out piles of raw prophecy stones. They piled them together and protected them tightly. A few hundred subterranean mutants wanted to eat the raw prophecy stones, but they were attacked by their companions and quickly killed. The subterranean mutants' digging speed was very fast, and they had a large number of them. Not long after, the huge mine was completely excavated, and all the prophecy stones were dug out. The 3 to 4 meter tall elite mutants moved the huge pieces of prophecy stones, forming a huge team that was protected by countless other elite mutants in the center. Then, this subterranean mutant tribe that numbered in the tens of millions abandoned their original nest and started to move far away. During this time, there were some porters that tried to eat the prophecy stones but were also beaten to death. Their companions tore open their bodies, dug out the undigested prophecy stones from their stomachs, and continued to move. Chapter 610. A few days later, the galactic construction team finally arrived at Sunil, and the temporary camp of the players finally completed its beautiful transformation. The blueprint of base number 3 was improved on the foundation of base number 1, and the construction team showed off their capabilities, using advanced construction equipment to quickly build the foundation and houses. The players were put to good use, and they worked hard to contribute to the expansion and construction of the Black Star Core. Together with the construction team, the construction efficiency of base number 3 was shockingly high. More members of the Black Star Core responded to the call and gathered on planet Sunil. Arosha, Reynold, Sylvia, Jeanette, Harmon, and the other officers all arrived, bringing thousands of mercenaries with them. The other hundreds of thousands of players who were working outside also arrived one after another. So far, the number of players on planet Sunil had increased to 280,000. Sunil had issued a Grade A mission, which made the players extremely excited. So far, all the Grade A missions that the players had seen were main storyline missions, and the upcoming war between Sunil and the subterranean mutants was also treated as a new main storyline by the players. Ever since entering the galaxy, the players had not experienced a major event that could be considered a new main storyline, and the Black Star Corps was the guiding faction, the backbone in the eyes of the players. Everyone thought that following the Black Star Corps was the key to starting the next phase of the storyline, and the current situation had proven their thoughts. Because of the Black Star Corps, there was a main storyline for Sunil. This was a storyline brought about by the faction, and the players could see the greater potential of the Black Star Corps. This meant that they could grow with the faction and trigger more main storylines. Due to the nature of the Black Star Corps work, with Sunil, there would definitely be other main storylines, and the future would be bright. Realizing this, countless players were extremely excited, imagining the possibilities of the faction's future. They could not help but feel an itch in their hearts. Maybe the true advantage of being born in Blue Star was being able to join such a great faction like the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao had always been paying attention to the players' movements. Group activities helped to increase cohesion, and main storyline missions like Sunil's could make the players feel a sense of belonging. Han Xiao remembered that there were many large Grade A missions on planets, and this was part of his plan. As long as they completed the Sunil experiment, the players would be able to receive a main storyline every once in a while. In the meeting room, all the officers were gathered. This was the first time in a few months that all the officers had been recruited to participate in this mission. They had also brought along more than half of the army's spaceships and a huge amount of resources. Han Xiao sat at the head of the table and projected the information on the table to explain the situation. The Sunil's research on the physiological structure of the subterranean mutants has yielded results. The subterranean mutants have a certain level of intelligence, and the tentacles on their heads are important organs for sensing the outside world. They release weak psychic energy to detect the outside world and provide feedback for the brain. In other words, the tentacles are their eyes. Leonard interrupted and nodded slowly. Psychic sensing creatures? Such a race has great potential. Everyone glanced at him but did not say anything. Han Xiao continued. There are two ways for the subterranean mutants to communicate. The first is when their tentacles touch, and two mutants can communicate mentally. The second is when the subterranean mutants are near a certain number of prophecy stones, they can perform a wide-area mental connection and communicate with all of their kind within range. The number of prophecy stones determines the range of the mental connection. Other than that, the subterranean mutants have a weakness. They seem to be very afraid of ultraviolet rays. Research shows that normal sunlight can burn them. This is both good news and bad news. It means that we can't lure the subterranean mutants to the surface. Therefore, we have two countermeasures. First, send mercenaries to fight underground and slowly eliminate the mutants. Second, we will try to create a large-scale biochemical weapon against the subterranean mutants. Yi Yeqing, I'll leave this mission to you. Han Xiao quickly explained the situation and started to assign tasks. He had a pharmacist under him, so he could not be bothered to spend more money to consult the various pharmaceutical research institutes. Humph, you only think of me when you have a problem. Don't look for me when you have nothing to do. Let me tell you, I like saving people now. Don't look for me for poison research. I want to be a good person. Yi Yeqing crossed her arms and turned her head to express her dissatisfaction. Han Xiao glanced at her and said, I've approved the research funding you applied for last time. Don't worry, I'll definitely create the poison for you. Emerald Grass instantly changed her words. She had no integrity at all. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and turned to Fu Ding. He put on a smile and said, Fu Ding, I want your help to detect the subterranean mutants' mental network. Help us understand their communication status and see if you can mislead them. As the subterranean mutants used mental communication, this was where psychics came in handy. So, this is why you called me over. Fu Ding shook his head helplessly. I refused to help. He was not a mercenary but a client. He did not want to participate in this massacre. All right then. Han Xiao did not force him. After all, he still had the 3 Volga brothers. Just as he was about to look away, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, how are you and Chen Xing now? He was still thinking about Fu Ding's personal mission. I talk to her every day. Our relationship is all right. Fu Ding scratched his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. What are you feeling embarrassed about? Is your relationship really just okay? Han Xiao's scalp went numb. He felt that the result he had predicted was gradually coming true. This is too scary. Could it be that I'm going to see a true soulmate? After coughing, Han Xiao knocked on the table and returned to the original topic. So far, we've only found 7 nests, all built near the underground Prophecy Stone mine. Reynold, based on the Prophecy Stone's psychic radiation, creates some equipment that can detect the Prophecy Stone mine in a large area. It's best if you can detect it from the surface and install it on the spaceship. Let our spaceship search the entire world and find all the nests of the subterranean mutants. Reynold sat up straight and nodded. I won't let you down. At this moment, Hurles scratched his head and suddenly interrupted. I have a question. Han Xiao looked over. What's wrong? Actually, I wanted to ask earlier. Hurles pointed at Reynold. Who is this person? Reynold had only joined for less than a month. Other than Sylvia, Arosha, and the others who stayed in base number 1, none of the officers present knew who he was. However, they could feel Reynold's powerful aura. He was probably the strongest person present other than Blackstar. Hurles asked the question that was on everyone's mind. I'm Reynold, a mechanic. Because I admire His Excellency Blackstar, I specially joined the Blackstar Corps to learn from him. His Excellency Blackstar is now my teacher, and Sylvia is my senior sister. I'm the logistics manager of the Blackstar Corps, and I'm very happy to work with all of you. Reynold's tone was very formal. Senior sister? Everyone was shocked. They all stared at Sylvia, as if the word doubt was carved on their faces. Sylvia shivered, shrunk her neck, and said angrily, I've said it hundreds of times. Don't call me that. With this little episode, everyone finally got to know Reynold and accepted him as a colleague. After the discussion, Han Xiao stood up and said, let's get to work. 2 days later, the sun was shining brightly. In the military camp near the underground cave, a large number of players had gathered. There was also a Sunil armored army, fully armed and ready to go. Today was the official day of the operation. Because the subterranean mutants were afraid of ultraviolet rays, they had abandoned the plan of luring them out. Developing poison and exploring more nests required time, so the only thing they could do now was to go underground. Unlike the solemn and silent atmosphere of the Sunil troops, the players rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. So many people moving together. What a big scene. Hehe, the bigger the scene, the more interesting it is. The main storyline mission had officially begun. Most of the players were there, and most of them were battle-hungry. This was a race war, and to personally participate in the battle of hundreds of thousands of people, many of them were very excited. Most of them did not care about the state of the subterranean mutants, they only cared about the mission requirements. As long as they were told where to go, who to kill, and how much the reward was, it would be fine. The commander of the hundreds of thousands of players and the Sunil troops was Hurles. He was standing at the front, with Serinda and the other Sunil warriors behind him. Beside him was a portion of the Black Star officers, Arosha, Jeanette, Harmon, and the Volga brothers. Han Xiao did not move together. He was supervising the construction of base number 3, guarding it strictly to prevent the construction team from cutting corners. In order to let the huge army go underground, the Sunil troops had already widened the diameter of the underground cave. The dark cave entrance was like the mouth of the abyss. Hurlus turned around to face everyone and spoke. He used all his pugilist energy, and his voice turned into a surging sound wave that spread to the entire army. Warriors of Sunil, our race has already suffered too much. The last enemy is underground. Only by getting rid of them can we end all of this and let Sunil walk toward a bright future. Therefore, my comrades, fight with all your might. The breathing of the Sunil soldiers became heavy. Everyone who was willing to become a soldier had long decided to give up their lives for their race. Now that they finally saw hope, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. The subterranean mutants instantly became their irreconcilable enemy. Let's go. Hurlus took the lead and walked into the cave. The huge army followed behind him and entered the cave in a grandiose manner. The long journey did not diminish the high morale of the Sunil soldiers. Many players were also affected by this atmosphere and felt that they were saving Sunil. Finally, the vanguard troops arrived underground. They quickly took out all kinds of lighting equipment and lit up the dark underground world. Unexpectedly, the troops did not continue forward but stayed around the cave and started to build a camp. Because the underground world was too big, there were quite a few nests nearby that could not be destroyed in a day. Therefore, their strategy was to build a camp in the underground world as a bridgehead and supply point, a place for the mercenaries and Sunil soldiers to rest. After organizing the troops, Hurlus turned on the life detection radar. With one look, he was shocked. The first nest that they had explored the last time had lost all life signals. This time, their target was the first nest. But now, the target was gone. Hurlus was shocked. He thought that the radar was broken. Hurlus instantly became alert. They did not know enough about the subterranean mutants. Abnormalities often meant danger. This time, the troops behind entered one after another. Hurlus quickly ordered them to stay put and pass the work of building the camp to the troops. He personally led the vanguard troops to the first nest. The deeper they went, the more alert Hurlus became. He was prepared to be attacked at any time. However, the journey was smooth, and he successfully reached the depths of the nest. The subterranean mutants in the first nest seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Where did they go? Hurlus could not figure it out, but he did not stop moving forward. Very soon, they arrived at the Prophecy Stone mine. Seeing the situation of the mine, everyone was stunned. The mine was actually empty. The mining traces were clearly left behind by the subterranean mutants. It was as if they had dug out all the prophecy stones. Hurlus hurriedly ordered his men to investigate the situation of the entire nest. Not long later, they finally concluded that the subterranean mutants of this tribe had left the nest with the prophecy stones. Why did this happen? The other nests clearly did not change, but the nest that we explored the last time disappeared. Hurlus' eyes widened. He suddenly realized that it was because of their appearance that the subterranean mutants moved on their own accord. The intelligence of the subterranean mutants was beyond his imagination. Furthermore, there were tens of millions of subterranean mutants, and they were all gone in just a few days. The efficiency of this race was too scary. What should we do now? Everyone looked at each other. They had come here with high fighting spirit, only to find that the enemy had disappeared. They felt as if they had punched cotton. Their hearts were empty and full of disappointment. Hurlus hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's set up camp first. The situation here is beyond our expectations. I have to report this to the upper echelons." What? The subterranean mutants have displayed astonishing intelligence. The Sunil upper echelon, Otis, received Hurlus' reply and gasped in shock. The prophecy stones were something that the Sunils had to destroy. They had thought that the subterranean mutants were restricted to the vicinity of the mine, But they had not expected the subterranean mutants to dig out the prophecy stones and move around. Although the mine was gone, the prophecy stones produced by this mine were still there. They were even moving around with the subterranean mutants, increasing the difficulty of the mission. Furthermore, the potential that the subterranean mutants had displayed had already set off alarm bells in Otis' heart. In the future, the subterranean mutants will definitely grow into a new intelligent race and become a new civilization. They will compete with us for the resources of this planet. We have to kill them while they are still in their infancy. Otis clenched his fists. Heh! They ran away with the prophecy stones. What kind of operation is this? Han Xiao also received the report and had a thoughtful expression. Chapter 611. Han Xiao had originally thought that the subterranean mutants had to build their nests near the mines and could not move. However, Herla's report had refreshed his impression. The subterranean mutants could actually move on their own. This concept was akin to finally reaching a high ground and preparing to take down the crystal on the other side, only to realize that the other side had already taken the crystal and escape. They actually took the initiative to escape. Could it be because I invaded their nest last time? Han Xiao was rather surprised and made some deductions. The entire nest had besieged one intruder, but he had managed to escape with ease. Many of his fellow subterranean mutants had died in battle. Although only a few thousand subterranean mutants had been killed, the other subterranean mutants felt as if they had been there through the telepathic connection. In other words, Han Xiao alone had scared off tens of millions of subterranean mutants, leaving an indelible psychological shadow in their hearts. Knowing how to fear the strong was an instinct, so the subterranean mutants in Nest Number 1 treated him as their natural enemy and migrated. The wide-area telepathic connection provided the subterranean mutants with high-efficiency decision-making abilities. That should be the case. Han Xiao rubbed the back of his neck and felt that his guess was not far from the mark. The subterranean mutants had the habit of retreating when they encountered danger that they could not resist. This situation made his train of thought clear. The biggest reason the Sunils had attacked the subterranean mutants was to destroy the prophecy stone mines that the subterranean mutants had been protecting. Now, it was proven that the subterranean mutants could actually excavate the mines themselves. Since they could migrate, this conflict could be resolved. As long as the subterranean mutants brought the prophecy stones away from planet Sunil and moved to an uninhabited planet as their habitat, the problem would be solved. This way, the Sunils would not have to carry out the genocide, which was the best solution for both sides. Han Xiao frowned and immediately realized the difficulty. This method seemed good, but the feasibility was very low. To capture hundreds of millions of subterranean mutants one by one, choose an uninhabited planet, and prepare a large number of spaceships for the migration, it would require tens of times more manpower and resources. If they could migrate, the Sunils would have done so long ago. Obviously, the Sunils did not have such an ability, and they did not want to abandon the home that they had built with great difficulty. Therefore, wiping out the subterranean mutants was more cost-effective. To the Sunils, protecting the subterranean mutants was a waste of resources. Destroying them was always the easiest option. So, if we want to use migration as a substitute for extermination, we need to have external forces involved, such as large financial groups. Han Xiao frowned. What was the point of wasting so many resources to migrate the subterranean mutants? Could an undeveloped race bring enough benefits to cover the cost of a galactic migration? If they couldn't, then the value of saving them would be greatly reduced. According to the terms of the contract, keeping the subterranean mutants was unnecessary. Now, it was certain that Sunil would definitely carry out the plan of exterminating the entire race. Therefore, this meant that the life and death of a species depended on one's thoughts. So, to save or not to save, Han Xiao was a little hesitant. There was originally no room for negotiation in the conflict between races, but now another possibility had appeared. Even if the Sunils realized it, they would definitely not bring it up. Therefore, as long as Han Xiao did not bring it up, The operation would continue until the subterranean mutants were completely wiped out. Originally, he was just an executor who only needed to fulfill the requirements of his employer. However, when he realized the new method, his role changed. He was no longer a simple mercenary. Instead, he became the only decision-maker who could decide the life and death of a species. The pressure of making decisions was shifted to him. When he had no other choice, Han Xiao would not have any psychological burden. However, the situation was different now. A weak species could not even decide their own life and death. He had the power to decide the life and death of an entire race. After thinking for a long time, Han Xiao sighed. Herless, continue the operation and attack the other nest. Understood. Herless hung up the communication. Han Xiao put away the communicator, called Sylvia over, and told her to supervise the construction team. He then left the construction site and found Fu Ding, who was enjoying the natural atmosphere in the forest. In the green forest, Fu Ding sat cross-legged under a tree. An invisible wave of psychic energy rippled in the air. This was the result of a psychic training. Psychic energy was a mixture of energy and psychic energy. There were similar abilities in the Esper class as well. However, psychics were able to enter the 5 major superclasses because they had a complete training system. As long as one was talented, they would be able to control psychic energy through training. There was no need for genetic mutations in the Esper class. Why are you looking for me? Hearing Han Xiao's footsteps, Fu Ding opened his eyes and smiled politely. However, he could not hide the distance in his eyes. Fu Ding was very against the employment of the Black Star Corps in this war. Slaughtering a native race had crossed his bottom line. Fu Ding's attitude toward Han Xiao had a subtle change because of this. I would like to ask for your help. It's still the same request as last time. Study the telepathy of the subterranean mutants and try to communicate with them, Han Xiao said slowly. Didn't I reject it already? My answer is still the same. Fu Ding did not hesitate. He knew that this war was not wrong, but he still did not want to be an accomplice to a massacre. Han Xiao was not surprised. With his understanding of Fu Ding, this guy was more neutral and kind. You misunderstood. This time is not because of the previous time. Han Xiao explained his idea of migrating the subterranean mutants and smiled. If we can build a communication bridge, perhaps this hypothesis can become a reality. Fu Ding's eyes lit up, and he stood up. Are you serious? You know how trustworthy I am. Han Xiao smiled. Fu Ding stared at Han Xiao and suddenly revealed a gentle smile that could make girls scream. The surroundings were dyed in a warm color. I was not wrong about you. Let's go. I will do my best to help you. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Inviting Fu Ding for help was the decision made by Han Xiao. He chose to protect the subterranean mutants. It was not because he was kind but because he believed in sustainable development. Sunil's employment was over once and for all. Exterminating the race was done, but migrating the subterranean mutants had potential benefits. It was like harvesting twice the amount of leeks in a vegetable field. The subterranean mutants were a race with a lot of potential. They might have a chance to become a new resource land for NPCs, so they were worth investing in. Although the initial investment was not small, Han Xiao now had the capital to squander. Planting leeks, digging a hole, burying some soil, and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mental communication avoided the problem of language barriers. If he could reach a consensus with the subterranean mutants and get them to leave planet Sunil willingly, they would be able to gather together, which would save him a lot of effort and not have to capture them one by one. However, with the civilization level of the subterranean mutants, they might not be able to understand the concept of universe and planet. They had not even looked up at the stars before. Therefore, the only way was to let the subterranean mutants feel the threat of death and use fear to control them, making them surrender for survival. Therefore, a suitable massacre was necessary. Apart from that, there was another reason for doing this. The epic feeling of saving an entire race was obviously greater, and the players would like to play the role of the savior more. Therefore, they would have a greater sense of belonging to the Black Star Corps. Of course, Winning back Fu Ding's favorability was also another reason. Han Xiao did not want the leaks in his house to pull him out of the ground and run away. Half an hour later, in the underground world, the expedition team built a temporary camp. The lighting equipment made the dark underground world as bright as day, and the Sunil armored troops stood guard outside. Herles had already received the next order. He led the army toward nest number 2, which was marked on the map. When they arrived at the edge of the nest, the vanguard team quickly encountered a large group of subterranean mutants, about 300 to 400 of them. What the F***ck, they are much uglier than in the pictures. Many players had disgusted expressions, especially the female players. The subterranean mutants, which had insect-like characteristics, were basically heresy in this era where looks were everything. This group of subterranean mutants also noticed the expedition team and came over. Their tentacles waved as if they were curious about what this group of creatures that they had never seen before was. 2. The next moment, the armored troops fired at the same time. The Sunil armored soldiers pulled the trigger of their large-caliber armor-piercing assault rifles without hesitation. The gunshots broke the silence of the underground world, and the blinding gunfire lit up the underground world. The dense rain of bullets easily tore apart the bodies of hundreds of subterranean mutants, turning them into minced meat. Advance! The officers of the various teams shouted. The Sunil troops marched forward, and their heavy armor stepped on the ground. Their footsteps were orderly, and the players on the side looked over. Rumble. At this time, an earthquake-like sound came from the nest. The ground shook slightly, and the sound of thousands of beasts rapidly approached. Defensive formation, hold the position. The Sunil troops quickly changed their formation and prepared to take the brunt of the attack. Boom! A black flood surged out from the various tunnels. The number of subterranean mutants in nest number 2 had reached tens of millions, and the ground shook non-stop. At this time, Herles finally opened his mouth, and his voice was like thunder. Black Star mercenaries, fire at will. Hundreds of thousands of players charged out, and the crowd lit up with colorful lights. Boom! The two floods collided, and the war broke out. At the same time, Han Xiao and Fu Ding came to the Sunil research department and borrowed the dozen or so subterranean mutants that they had captured alive. The dozen or so subterranean mutants were locked up separately, and they were not allowed to come into contact with each other. A small pile of prophecy stones was placed in the middle to provide them with telepathy. You're the expert, so I'll leave it to you. Han Xiao extended his hand and made a please gesture. Fu Ding smiled and released his psychic power to touch the prophecy stones. The subterranean mutants used the prophecy stones as a communication base, which was equivalent to a server. As long as a psychic adjusted his psychic wave to the frequency of the subterranean mutants, he would be able to log into the chat channel of these dozen or so subterranean mutants. After adjusting for a while, Fu Ding's eyes sparkled. Success! As soon as he said that, Fu Ding's expression became weird. What's wrong? Han Xiao raised his brows. It's different from what I imagined. Fu Ding had a weird expression. Accept my telepathic link, and I'll pull you in too. Han Xiao nodded. He felt that Fu Ding was trying to connect to his mind, so he did not reject it. The moment he accepted it, his vision suddenly split into two. One side was the real world, and the other side was a white space that seemed to have no end. This was the space of the mental network, and he could cut off the link at any time. The subterranean mutants and Fu Ding were inside, and their positions were the same as in the real world. Their appearances were blurry, and only their silhouettes could be seen. Before Han Xiao could come back to his senses, the dozen or so subterranean mutants started chattering through their psychic waves. Wow, another one of our kind is here. Why do you all look different? You're too ugly. Han Xiao was stunned. He did not expect the subterranean mutants to treat him as one of their kind. With their cognitive level, they probably thought that everyone who could log into the mental network was one of their kind. After chattering for a while, the group of subterranean mutants' attention quickly shifted, and they started chatting with each other. Why are we locked up? I don't know. Also, you asked this question before. Those long creatures are so weird. They actually feed us and take away our feces. Haha, I understand now. It's because our feces are the food of those creatures. So that's how it is. I understand now. So, the more we poop, the more they feed us. That's sick. There are actually creatures that eat feces. Hey, I just pooped a huge pile of feces. I'll definitely be full for my next meal. Wow, that's amazing. What the F***ck is this? Han Xiao's mouth twitched. From the perspective of the subterranean mutants, this conclusion was really reasonable. Chapter 612. Although the scene was very different from what he had imagined, Han Xiao still managed to get a lot of information from it. The subterranean mutants had a certain level of logic and intelligence, but their cognitive abilities were still in an undeveloped stage. After trying for a while, the mental link that Fu Ding had established was able to communicate with the subterranean mutants normally. After getting the result, Han Xiao cut off the mental link. Communicating through the prophecy stones is possible. If we use the mine, we should be able to communicate with a nest at the same time, Fu Ding said. Then, let's find a nest and try. Han Xiao nodded. With a flash of inspiration, he had a target. Underground world, nest number 2. The smell of blood was thick and did not dissipate. Blood covered everything as far as the eye could see. It was a scene of a massacre. Many players' faces turned pale. This scene was too impactful. Even though they had completed quite a few small objectives of eliminate subterranean mutants, they could not be happy. They could not help but turn on their green eye protection mode. Only the Sunil soldiers were indifferent. They were used to seeing hellish disasters and were unmoved. They had also suffered casualties in the battle earlier, and most of their armor was covered in scratches. Herles led the troops forward step by step and destroyed nest number 2, killing millions of mutants. The remaining mutants fled in fear, taking a portion of the prophecy stone mine with them. The logistics team was mining the prophecy stones in the center of the nest, and the rest of the troops were guarding the place to prevent the escaping mutants from returning. They also used flamethrowers to burn the subterranean mutant corpses on the ground. Herles hugged the battleship slicing blade and rested at the side. He had led the charge earlier like a moving meat grinder, killing tens of thousands of subterranean mutants. His strength was far from Han Xiao's, and he had used up a lot of stamina. After a while, a sergeant ran over and gave a military salute. The mining of the mine is complete. Commander, please instruct us on the next step. Return to the temporary camp and replenish our ammunition. Although the subterranean mutants were not strong, there were too many of them. Clearing one nest at a time had already used up 60 to 70% of their ammunition, and the players were all injured. If they continued to attack the next nest, the casualties would increase significantly. Herles decided to return to the camp to rest for a few hours. The troops set off and returned to the temporary camp beside the cave. Herles suddenly saw 2 figures appear beside the camp. They were Han Xiao and Fu Ding. Why are you here? Herles walked up to him with a surprised expression. Han Xiao did not answer the question. Instead, he looked at the troops and asked, "How are the casualties?" There are very few casualties, but Herles had a troubled expression. This is only the first battle. There are still many subterranean mutant nests around the world, so the casualty rate is not optimistic. Sunil's casualties will be very heavy, so we can only rely on our mercenaries to fight. The mine detector created by Reynold was already in use. Han Xiao deployed dozens of spaceships of the army to scan the entire planet, and the efficiency was very high. In just a few days, they had already discovered dozens of underground mines in different locations on planet Sunil, all nests. The nests were of varying sizes. The largest had a population of 10 million, while the smallest had a population of 1 million. The total number of subterranean mutants was in the billions. Thinking of the huge number of enemies, Herles could not help but have a heavy heart. Furthermore, the locations of the other nests were different, and many places had to be rebuilt. Without the undying Black Star mercenaries, it would be impossible for the Sunils to wipe out the subterranean mutants. Only the Black Star Corps could do it. Han Xiaoshan knew what Hurlus was thinking. He briefly explained the migration plan and said, "I'm here this time to try to communicate with the subterranean mutants. If I can convince some of them and let them convince each other, we can get rid of many of the enemies." Hurlus' eyes sparkled. If he could reduce the casualties while chasing away the subterranean mutants, he was very willing to do so. He could not help but ask, "Do I need to change my strategy?" "No, you continue to attack the nests of the mutants, but don't chase after the ones that escaped. Plant the seed of fear in their hearts so that it will be easier to convince them," Han Xiao said slowly. Compared to just killing, the efficiency of pulling in batches was naturally higher. After leaving the camp, Han Xiao and Han Xiaoshan went all the way to nest number 2, which had been wiped out. Following the escape route, they caught up with the remaining mutants that were fleeing in panic. This tribe had suffered heavy casualties. When they discovered Han Xiao and Han Xiaoshan, a battle was unavoidable. However, they were not a threat to Han Xiao at all. Releasing the giant mechanical hands, Han Xiao and Fu Ding opened up a path for themselves. They approached the prophecy stones that these mutants were carrying and invaded the mental network of the mutants. The next moment, all the attacking mutants stopped at the same time. If they could make an expression, it would be one of confusion. In their knowledge, only those of the same race had the ability to connect telepathically. However, Han Xiao had just killed a bunch of mutants, and he was not one of their kind. The current situation confused this uncivilized subterranean mutant tribe. "Who are you?" In the mental network, countless xenogeneics were shocked. "I'm Black Star, the emissary from the stars." Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he quickly introduced the situation. However, he made some appropriate changes. He threw the responsibility of slaughtering the subterranean mutants to the Sunils. Han Xiao made the Sunils into the role of the devil, and he made himself out to be a friendly emissary who was willing to help the subterranean mutants and could persuade the Sunils to give up on slaughtering them. He claimed that he could protect them from being slaughtered under the condition that they surrendered and moved out of this planet with the prophecy stones. In order to let the subterranean mutants understand the situation, Han Xiao even taught them basic knowledge about the universe and the stars. At the same time, he also used threats and promises. The communication efficiency of the mental network was extremely high. Everyone in this tribe was in a state of confusion, as if they were listening to a book from heaven. What Han Xiao said was the most basic knowledge to the galactic residents, but it overturned the worldview of the subterranean mutants. It was like a myth. In their eyes, the subterranean mutants were the entire world. The universe and the stars were completely beyond their knowledge. The subterranean mutants looked at the enemies from the surface the same way the Sunils looked at them. They all felt that the enemies were dangerous. An subterranean mutant that seemed to be the leader of the tribe initiated a conversation. "We are willing to surrender. Please don't hurt us anymore." Almost all the mutants knelt on the ground and made a gesture of submission. The tribe leader's attitude was very respectful and humble. The knowledge that Han Xiao said was too shocking to them. Due to their uncivilized nature, they could not help but treat Han Xiao as a godlike figure and worship him as a primitive totem. Han Xiao raised his brows. It was much easier to convince them than he had imagined. Thinking about it, he realized that the intelligence of the subterranean mutants was similar to that of a child. Their civilization was not developed yet, so they did not have any high-level emotions such as honor or shame. Their concept of hatred was also very weak. The subterranean mutants had yet to break away from their beast nature. When a beast was scared, they would show their weakness and surrender. This tribe had a large number of its own kind killed by Hurlus, so they were already scared. That was because the subterranean mutants had almost no natural enemies. Their food was rocks, so they did not have any conflicts. They had lived and bred for many years and rarely experienced battles. At most, they would have conflicts with other nests. If one had to describe them, this species was actually very simple. It was just that they were too ugly. It was probably because it was too dark underground and no one could see them, so they just grew up casually. With the foundation of communication, it was possible to understand the structure of the subterranean mutant civilization. Han Xiao asked a few questions, and through the other party's answers, he had a comprehensive understanding of the subterranean mutants. The subterranean mutants knew that there were nests of their own kind nearby, so they would occasionally fight with each other to fight for the prophecy stones. From their social structure, the subterranean mutants were currently in the tribal stage of the barbarian era. Every tribe grew independently, and different tribes had different degrees of evolution. Some were more intelligent, while others were more barbaric. Their culture was budding and blooming. If they followed the original path, the subterranean mutants might need many years to complete the merger of their tribes and gradually become an intelligent civilization, building a city or kingdom. Now that they had an external force like Han Xiao, their development process might be shortened by thousands of years. What do we need to do? The tribe leader asked obediently. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "Convince all the tribes in this area and convey my message. From now on, you are my emissary. If you complete the mission I give you, go to the underground cave and look for the surface guests. They will not harm you." Wow, that's great. They won't attack us anymore. The entire tribe was overjoyed, and they chattered non-stop. It was as if they were a bunch of optimists. After making sure that the tribe understood their mission, Han Xiao was about to leave when he suddenly realized something. He asked the tribe leader, "Right, what's your name?" "What's a name?" The tribe leader was puzzled. Han Xiao was helpless and could only explain, "It's a form of address. Let others know that this form of address represents you. For example, I'm Blackstar, and Blackstar is me." The tribe leader seemed to have understood. "Sigh, all right, I'll give you a name." Han Xiao glanced at Fu Ding beside him and suddenly had an idea. "You're so good-looking. Let's call you Chen Xing." Fu Ding's spiritual energy fluctuated violently, and the Chen Xing in his body let out a deafening roar. "I'll definitely kill you. Do you hear me? I'll definitely kill you." The subterranean mutant had such an ugly appearance but had the same name as her. Chen Xing was very ambiguous. This was something she could not tolerate. Fu Ding had a helpless expression. "Blackstar, stop playing with her. TSK, as expected of one. You're already protecting her." Han Xiao pursed his lips and said to the tribe leader, "That's invalid. You'll be called Germinal." "Ha, no one would jump out of their coffins to oppose him." "Germinal." The tribe leader mumbled and suddenly became happy. "I have a name. As for your tribe." Han Xiao stroked his chin, and a look of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. "Let's just call it Germinal Tribe." Wait, isn't this guy the Germinal leader? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,